there. Hello there. And it looks like we are live from the second leg of World Chess FIDE Grand Prix, this time in Belgrade. I'm very happy to be in Belgrade. I love Serbia. It's been a long time since I visited last time. I'm Yevgeny Miroshnichenko. That's only once usually that I'm saying that because I totally understand. It's unpronounceable, so I go by Miro, and I'm really happy to be joined by Teodora Inec, strongest female player in Serbia, highest rated, the leader.
First board of national team,
First board of a national team, and you guys, if you don't know, I can tell you for sure that with culture, chess culture in Belgrade, in Serbia, being that outstanding, Teodora must be an incredible chess player. So you have two experts there, and we will try to do our best to guide you through the second leg of FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. What shall we start with?
So we can see players.
Well, the view from the tournament hall perhaps doesn't give you the full understanding how beautiful the playing hall is, because I've arrived just this morning, and kind of first thing they showed me, okay, you are working there, that's the cafeteria, that's the playing hall, and the playing hall is really amazing. So 16 players. We'll talk in detail about the system, which is a little bit confusing. If you didn't watch the first leg of the Grand Prix, it's a little bit confusing. They tend to change it all the time, right? And then we have some new faces. I mean, some players, since it's only 3 Grand Prix tournaments, each player plays 2 of them, so we have some players who already taken part in Berlin in the first leg, and we have some new faces, so there'll be a lot of stuff to discuss. Today, 8 games, so 16 players divided in 4 pools. For some reason they call it pools. I still tend to call it groups, as in football, and so on. Divided in 4 pools, so we'll have 8 classical games played simultaneously today.
So next 6 days actually we'll have 8 games per day.
Next 7 days.
7 days.
If I'm too picky, because there'll be a free day after round 4, if I'm not mistaken. And we are waiting for the first move to be made. I guess it will be on Fedoseev versus Rapport board. It's an interesting pairing, Theodora. And now that I'm thinking, I think they went with this football system of baskets. Like first 4 players by rating, they go in basket 1, and then next 4 plays basket 2, and so on, and then they are picked randomly.
So they actually played in the
that's my point. With them being picked randomly, they ended up in the same basket for the second time.
And actually, Rapport beat Fedoseev 2 times, I believe. Both times, I think so.
I think he won both times. He won a very important game with Black in the last round. That made him tie for the him tie for the first, and then he won the tiebreak against Wojtaszek, and all that we were talking. I mean, for those who missed the point, we were talking about the first tournament. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave makes his first appearance in the Grand Prix, and that's usually they have this death group, or whatever you call it, the strongest group by accident, and this seems to be Pool D this time. When I've seen Mamedyarov and Vachier-Lagrave being in the same group, you can immediately tell. You can immediately tell something went really interesting. So the pairs for today: Grischuk with white against Andreikin, and Vachier against Sam Shankland. That's for Pool A. Pool B, Hare Krishna with Vichigov, Anish Giri. Well, Anish Giri is back, with Amin Tabatabaei, an interesting player, young Iranian player.
And the youngest player, I believe, in the field.
Must be. Then Richard Rapport, or we should call him Richard, even though we attempted to read Richard, right? So he's Richard because he's Hungarian, same as Richard Reti and the likes. So Richard plays with Vladimir Fedoseev, Vidit, and there was a banter on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it or missed it. I mean, how he's properly called, because people call him Vidit Gujarati, and I'm sure I mispronounced that. Yeah.
I didn't see
yeah. I mean, there was a discussion on chess Twitter.
And what is the correct way?
I have no idea. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with Vidit. Vidit plays with Alexei Shirov, and yeah, you've said Tabatabaei is probably the youngest, or clearly the youngest. Shirov, taking bets, is the oldest, the most experienced. Yeah, the polite way of saying the oldest is the most experienced player in the field. Right, so that's for Pool C, and Pool D, Yu Yangyi. I'm very happy at least some of Chinese players made it to the world. Yeah, so Yu Yangyi against Mamedyarov, Vachier-Lagrave against Alexander Predke, and that's a very, very interesting group. So Predke seems to be kind of clear underdog, but once again might be up for a surprise, and all other players in this group are very, very tough. Right, so the games have started.
So we will start from the Pool A.
Yeah, okay, let's not try to be too original.
Okay.
We start with Grischuk and Andreikin. I have to say I had quite a journey here to Belgrade, and I met Andreikin on a plane from Istanbul, so he's not very fresh. Let's call it this way. We've both arrived this morning, but hopefully everything goes fine for him. So, well, I think by that point we are free to discuss the moves, but let's not forget that's classical chess. So basically, we can talk anything, and we will not miss too much until the time trouble. When we talk time trouble, maybe the time control was to be mentioned.
Yeah, so time control is normal. 1 hour 30 minutes, and 30 minutes per each move. After 40th move, there will be additional 30 minutes.
Yeah, which makes it, what in total, so 3 hours 40 if they reach move 40. So the average length of the game would be 4.5, 5 hours, guys. So make yourself comfortable. We are here for a long, long round. Yeah, the system is interesting indeed. We've mentioned they are split into pools, into groups, and what makes it tricky that unlike in football, where you have 2 qualifying spots, there's only 1.
Yeah.
And playing, so it goes a little bit against the pattern of a chess player playing in a round-robin event. Because usually, when you play the round-robin, you think, okay, draw with black is fine, and
exactly.
and 3rd place is a nice place, I'm getting a nice cash prize, and so on. So it's the feeling of playing the round robin is usually like I have to finish in the upper half of the table, right? Here you don't have such luxury. There is basically 1 place.
Yeah,
so you're a winner or you're a loser.
Yes, exactly.
In a way, it's kind of an elimination in double round robin. And players perhaps taken some notes from the first leg, right? When it turned out, it's very important not to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very important not to lose. So Hikaru Nakamura made it from the group, escaping a loss against Yesipenko in the last round and so on. Wesley Saw almost qualified, right? But there've been some examples of players who managed to lose a game, but won too many. So it's interesting, right? Some of them. So what I'm saying basically, so some of players will try to be solid and just win a game or 2. Some will try to push from the very beginning, and we don't know. As the commentators, I believe, we don't know what strategy works best.
Yeah.
We'll see when the tournament's over. Okay, and straight to the game, right? So Alexander Grischuk with the white pieces against Dmitry Andreikin. Grischuk, well known, I believe, doesn't need further introduction. First time I've seen Grischuk in flash was more than 20 years ago, believe it or not. It was in Bled, Slovenia, in the Open tournament. He was a young guy back then, and already very, very strong chess player.
So it's weird that if you already said that Dmitry had a tough travel, that he chose a bit
He went for the Sicilian, yeah.
Not so very solid.
Yeah, the thing with Andreikin, he's a very interesting chess player. I mean, I'm afraid. I mean, first of all, he's not as known as the other high-rated Russian players, right? But he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's a 3 times country champion, and I mean, from time to time, he manages to beat like the very best. I remember like him beating Kramnik and so on and so on. So he has very original style, original approach, sometimes original opening choices. And you can't really tell, like for some people, you can expect, like they have quote unquote repertoire openings. Like you see MVL and you know it's a Naidov. Yeah, you see, I don't know, Wesley So, and you can expect the Petrov, for instance, against E4, that is. Right, with Andreikin, you don't really know. I mean, sometimes he plays E5, sometimes he plays the French, the Caro-Kann, the Sicilian. So this time he decided on the Sicilian. Honestly, I don't know much what's the trendy lines nowadays. So bishop e3, knight f6. That perhaps an invitation. What's that? Bishop e2, bishop b4 castles, right?
I guess.
I mean, that's kind of, and yeah. And once again, a confession that I have no slightest clue what this opening's name is in English, because let me tell you. In Soviet, we had this series of opening books, and it would be called the Polson system. Everything, like everything which would involve E6 and not D6, would be called the Polson system. So I would be referring to this one as the Polson system. And then later on, already being a grandmaster, becoming a commentator, I figured out that there is like a Khan Sicilian, there is Taimanov Sicilian. I'm still not able to tell which is which.
So I'm also not sure, but I guess this would be Taimanov.
That would be Taimanov, yeah, because I do remember the games of Taimanov with bishop b4. Right, and speaking of bishop b4,
A3
white goes a3.
Makes a lot of sense.
Which is, perhaps kind of disclosing the plans too early, right? And then one might say that perhaps black will have a better idea how the queenside structure will look like, right? And then if you insist on playing how it's called, the English attack setup with f3, queen d2, and castles long, right? So then a3 perhaps is not such a great idea.
Yeah, because of b5.
Black will eventually get the pawn to b4. But I believe a lot of such ideas like a2, a3 early, and you know, some modest moves in the Sicilian, they are getting reassessed nowadays once again with the help of the modern engines. But so far so good. d7, d6 was played by Andreikin, so we are perhaps switched to some other opening line. It's well, at least what black does is Scheveningen or Scheveningen. Yeah, once again, not sure what's the proper pronunciation is, because Dutch guys, we do have one Dutch player. We should ask him, Annie. Dutch guys, I believe, insist on this being called Scheveningen, yeah, but doesn't matter how many times I'll try, I'll still mispronounce it. Okay, so there is that, and it's only logical if we will go within the pool A and switch to some other game, right? From Pool A, and we don't have such a wide selection. So the other game in Pool A will be Vachier against Shankland, right? Etienne Vachier has already played, and Shankland, ironically, substitutes for Nakamura in this Pool A. So Pool A in Berlin, in the first leg, looked kind of the same. So there was Grischuk, there was Vachier, there was Yesipenko, who was substituting Andreikin, by the way, because Andreikin had some issues. Right, and then there was a player from United States. So back then it was Naka as perhaps one of the like higher baskets, right? And now it's Sam Shankland. Let's see if Shankland will come close to Naka's achievement. To remind you, Naka eventually won the entire thing.
It's very impressive, actually, that he managed to win.
Yeah,
because he is,
that's a mystery.
Yes,
would you agree on this being a mystery? Not him winning the tournament, but him streaming every day for like 8 hours or something, and still kind of retaining incredible, you know, practical strength.
No, it's a very common question. Also, I often think like whether or not it's possible to combine two professions. Especially with chess, because it requires literally like a lot of work and full time.
All the time, all the time you dedicate to chess. And with Hikaru, right, so one could argue that, the guy is in chess, but if you watch his streams, I mean, sometimes he's giving rook odds and so on and so on, so it's not quite what classical chess, professional chess is. But yet he was, I mean, not only he won the tournament, but it wasn't a fluke, right? I mean, it was very convincing display from Hikaru. Alrighty, so let's see what those two are doing, Bakro and Shankland, that is. And this is Bishop b5 check Sicilian. Bishop b5 check Sicilian, which I'm not sure once again what the name for this is, because used to be.
So here, Bishop d7 would look most logical, but
yeah, and honestly, I don't have an explanation why they stopped playing Bishop d7. Right.
Well, I believe White gets probably some sort of risk-free position. Like White will probably take and play c4, knight c3, and then some Maroczy kind of structure.
I was wondering if they still do the same, the c4 thing, because if you remember Carlsen, the tiebreak he lost at the World Cup
against Duda. Yes.
He went for c3, so it's castles, then they, I mean, maybe we can speculate a little. So it was castles, I think knight f6, rook e1, or queen e2, both are possible. I guess it was rook e1, and then went for c3, d4.
Yes.
So White builds the center, Black plays e6, d5, you get some sort of a French structure. Right, but perhaps you're right. So what Black is not happy with is this Maroczy bind kind of structure, right? Knight f6. Perhaps, since we are trying to entertain this, wins a pawn for Black, but this is not a good move, because after castles, queen takes, I think d4 is very strong, or even knight c3, queen takes d4, and it's very, very dangerous for Black. Maybe in modern, under modern circumstances, with all those
maybe it's even lost.
Engines, I think it's inappropriate to say this is a dangerous position. There is no such evaluation. This is a dangerous position. It's bad. It's just straight up bad. Okay, so a check, knight to d7, and then this quirky move, bishop a4, which I still kind of struggle to understand a little bit. I guess, if you castle, there is a possibility that Black goes a6. Now, if you insist on a6,
c4.
White probably just goes c4, and next move d4, once again, getting some sort of a Maroczy. Unless you play e5, but then it's kind of a very strange setup for Black, namely the knight on d7, which should have been on c6, right? So after e5, that's a square for the White knight, that's a square for the Black knight, right? And White knight goes to c3 and d5. Very quickly, Black's knight, for some mysterious reason, went on d7.
No, White can also, White's bishop on a4 can take the knight, and otherwise it would be bad bishop. If
we'll leave Black with the bishop on e7, exactly. Right, and this bishop can be exchanged for the d7, right, so e5 is not a good move. Once again, okay, so knight to d7, bishop to a4, knight f6, castles, then a6 was played, c4 and e6. Okay, so
why?
The pawn.
Yes.
The pawn, or rather here, the pawn already was possible to take, right?
No, I believe it might even be possible to take, but it leads to
and
very
then some
complicated
d4
things.
stuff,
Yes.
yeah? Anyway, Sam Shankland, who, by the way, is a very hard-working player and spends a lot of time kind of analyzing theory and knows his opening lines very well. He didn't bother to spend too much time, right? He actually did spend.
He spent some time.
He spent like
yes.
10 minutes. Yeah, he did spend like 10 minutes. So possibly it was a bit of a surprise. So what would we do here?
Knight c3.
Probably just go knight c3, right? I mean, there is no reason. I was having, the kind of inner dialogue how appropriate it would be to go d4 and to insist on sacrificing this pawn, and probably it's not taken. But on the other hand, even if, say, I go d4 and nothing bad can happen, where my knight goes from b1, and that's why I'm asking such things.
Yes, yes.
That's a comfortable way of approaching some positions, that you don't need to make those extra calculations. Like, for instance, now d4, we assume it's a good move and black cannot take, but sometimes you'd be spending extra effort calculating. But if you ask yourself, okay, d4 works, and what's then? Where the knight's going? It's not going to d2, right? So let's just play knight c3 and eliminate this extra work. Yeah, knight c3, it's very unlikely that black all of a sudden has a change of heart and plays e5, you're losing a tempo. Yeah, bishop to e7, I guess now d4 is what we do. And it will look like some sort of a hedgehog, right? So I guess
their bishop is on a4.
d4, yeah, and the bishop on a4 might not be bad, right? So I guess black has to take.
Yeah, otherwise
yeah, like e5 is annoying as well, right? I mean, if it works, once again, it always has to be said that e5, but if it works, it might be annoying, or d5, and even d5. These are like better positions for white. So I guess he'll have to take d4, and then white takes. I wanted to say with the knight, but now that I'm looking, maybe queen takes makes sense. Yeah, it's a really strangely placed bishop on a4, but maybe not for. Maybe it's not bad for white at all, right? And if we compare. If we compare to the usual hedgehogs,
a bishop would be on e2.
The bishop would be on e2, and then white would play f3 to guard e4, and the bishop from e2 would be guarding c4. So now it's a little bit different. We can play bishop c2 to guard this. I'm not sure what we do with the c4 pawn, but it's not attacked yet. So what I'm thinking, maybe something a little bit more aggressive on the king side. Like with f4, f5, don't know, really. I mean, needs checking. But I would really consider taking on d4 with the queen. Already knight takes played. Okay. Very quickly played by Pakro.
It looks, I mean, I don't really like it for black.
Yeah.
I mean, black should really know what he does. Like.
You know what? I mean, I don't like it for black either. But I was debating with myself: did black do anything wrong yet? I mean, he's played all the hedgehog moves. Usually, at least, I mean, hedgehog might not be the dream scenario, the dream opening, but usually, at least you can get your pieces out, right? Like you can play queen c7, b6, bishop b7. Here, it's not clear if you'd be able to do this.
Okay, so maybe queen c7 now.
Queen c7 to start with. I bet queen c4 is something extremely dangerous, so I can probably develop. Oops, what was that? What was that? There was extra button on this mouse, which switched me from game to game. Yeah, queen c7. And I guess something like bishop e3 should be possible, because queen c4, rook c1 usually ends badly for black. So this queen, like, if you're not losing immediately, you'll spend like, enormous amount of time moving this queen like to b4, a5, d8, and white at the very least gets very dangerous compensation. So bishop e3, what we do, castles or? Yeah, maybe castles and then try to play knight e5, right? Try to play knight e5. And then, yeah, and then the bishop on a4 might not be all that great. So it's tricky once again for both, in fact, because if white is not too fast, right? If white plays, I mean, I don't know what the move's gonna be. Like queen e2. First of all, it's not clear if the queen belongs to e2, right? Queen e2, knight e5, and then I'm stopping right here, and then it's awkward.
Okay, maybe
bishop b3, I'll have to, I mean, keep it on b3. Otherwise, rook c1. So,
queen e2, I don't know.
Queen e2,
instead of queen e2,
yeah. Not a great move. Right. Seriously?
Maybe bishop e3 is also not the most precise.
That's what I'm thinking. Seriously, maybe that's the time already to look for some clever moves.
No, the good question is what will white do with bishop on a4? Will it go back to c2 and try to play b3?
That was my original plan. So this bishop goes to c2 to protect e4 pawn, and then f4 instead of f3, like if we compare to the usual hedgehogs. Now I realize that c4 pawn is like shaky, and it's not clear. Yeah, it's not clear if I'll be able to set up everything, because let's imagine, once again, bishop c2, and black is that kind that he's not taking on c4. He's castling, right? I still have difficulties playing b3, because b3, b5, and that's very common in all the hedgehogs, right? So the moment you leave the c3 knight unprotected, black goes b5, and the c4 pawn is pinned. Not to mention that after bishop c2, I probably find the courage to take.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though, now that I'm looking, bishop b3,
queen c7.
and queen c7 and bishop e6, and at least this is an idea, right?
Yes, yes.
And if this idea works, so let's do a little bit of deduction, right? If this idea works, maybe I can kind of reinforce it with some other move and not losing a tempo with bishop c2. So let's imagine I'm playing something quote-unquote clever, which I don't know what is. And then when you take, or when black takes, I go bishop b3 and hope for this sacrifice to work.
So maybe we can check. I think Shankland made some move.
Yeah, let's see what he didn't. Done. No, he didn't. He's still thinking. Yeah, he's still thinking. Yeah, queen c7 looks like a... Okay, then the other question. If he doesn't play queen c7, okay, he has two options, of playing or not playing. He decided not to. He actually did castle short. And I just thought, could it be that queen c7 was actually a clever move? Because now one of the options I wanted to say would be b4. How about b4 here? It's a very strange move. So my point is, yeah, so that now I can put the bishop on b3, right? If it's knight e5, bishop goes to b3.
But now knight c3 is weak.
Doesn't look that impressive, but yeah, but...
queen c7?
Once again, it's not that easy to... Queen c7, and I was hoping for some sort of like bishop, oops, once again, this I have to avoid this button, because that's the one, yeah. Queen c7, c4 is attacked, and you want to play b5. Yeah?
Yes.
So even if I do this, you probably play b5. When I do this, you play b5. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. I was hoping that, yeah, c4 will be not very pleasant to take because of c1. Yeah, but b5 works.
But,
yeah, bishop b4, still b5. Yeah. So I'm not certain. Yeah, then maybe castle is better, because you're not sure yet if queen belongs to c7 or elsewhere. you still want to unpin the knight from d7. So this little experiment of Etienne Bacron needs to be proven. I mean, it's not. I'm not necessarily saying that white didn't get anything, but
no. But I think this line became. I mean, with 4 bishop a4 became very popular lately.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm not sure how white should like how the games went, because somehow this plan with bishop c2 doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I mean, white will not end up taking on d7 that one.
Yeah, here doesn't really look. Yeah, I mean there are positions, right? When you take on d7 and then just play in a very simple manner, like b3, bishop b2, and was it Andreikin with Semish? For some reason, I mean, it's not like I have it in my head, the game, but I surely remember the material was, so he exchanged the light square bishop, went b3, bishop b2, and then there was some queen sacrifice later on. But, yeah. Once again, if you are planning to take on d7, you don't play bishop a4, right?
Yes, exactly.
If we are here, one of the things you can do, you can castle, and then after a6, you can go to d3, but very often you just take.
Yes, yes.
Bishop a4 in this regard doesn't make all that much sense. So we'll see.
Which move you would suggest for white?
I would suggest that he needs to think, because this is what I would be doing. You either know exactly, but then you don't spend time at all, or okay, let's try once again. Still bishop c2.
Queen c7.
Queen c7, right? Is it ever b3, b5 do not react?
No, maybe just queen e2, no. But knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah, that's the worry. I mean, first of all, like even if black plays b6, bishop b7, not in rush, and just plays the hedgehog, somehow I'm not sure if queen on e2, bishop on c2 is the most harmonious setup, right? But also, of course, the critical one is to go knight e5.
And he actually made a. Did he make a move? I think king h1. Did he make a move? Can we?
Yeah. Let me update. King h1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I get it. It is a pawn sacrifice on c4. So queen c7. He will not bother protecting it. He'll go something like f4, right? If you take, then in some order, bishop b3, f5, and go for. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can highlight it this way. Bishop b3. Queen c7. I don't think bishop e6 would be typical, but then probably we can say that these positions are usually good for white if he still has the pawn on c2. Because sometimes this is in the Sozin attack, in the Sicilian, sometimes there is this tactical operation that white, I don't know what, wins rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces or sacrifices, I mean, depending on the way you look at it. And those positions are sometimes promising for white. But yeah, like having a pawn less, probably not that great. But f5 makes sense, right? f5, e5, and then something.
Yeah, this looks good for
And then
white.
something.
Knight
It's also like tricky, right? So just play knight f3, right? Knight c5.
I'm not sure if knight f3, maybe knight
e2.
Yeah. And then to go to g3, h5.
Yeah, like this. Knight c5, and even maybe not to care about this bishop, interestingly.
Exactly, yeah.
Because knight d5 is also an option. Like knight d5, trade, take with the bishop, and this is why I wanted the knight on f3, because I thought this position, like we are pawn down, but while black will be exchanging this bishop on d5, like bishop d7 and so on, maybe I'll have something connected with f6 in the right moment, if it ever comes the right moment. Yeah, especially with knight on f3, like bishop d7 may run into some b4 and so on. Yes, it's promising, but also as you were saying, that after, here, e5, and
knight e2.
knight goes to e2, it's all about the d5 square, of course, yeah, for those who were wondering. And knight c5, now that I'm thinking, maybe knight c5 is not a great move, but knight b6, once again, the knight's hanging in the air, white can add more pieces in fight for the d5 square, like with bishop e3, with knight g3, knight h5, as you've mentioned. Yeah, so knight c5, the most kind of brain-dead move. I can see that the knight can jump, attack the bishop, attack e4, I played. And then white goes knight g3. If you want to take, you're free to take. Not sure if the queen takes, or maybe even pawn takes. And yeah,
and then bishop g5.
Potentially it's very dangerous for black from strategic standpoint, yeah. Bishop to g5. Do a little bit of cheating, as I say, like fight for the light squares with the dark square bishop, right? Seems to be like impossible, but yeah, that's what white does in many, many lines of Sicilian. Go to g5, exchange on f6, get the knight to d5. So all that looks potentially promising. Knight to e5 was played, understandably. So he wants to attack the c4 pawn, but with the knight, not the queen. And I still wonder if the pawn will be sacrificed in a way with f4 and f5.
Okay, so now it's possible to just protect it with bishop b3.
With the bishop, yes. Yeah, bishop b3. It's kind of not ideal for now, but yeah, we all know that sometimes ideas with c4, c5, and then sacrificing on e6 or just opening the bishop, they might materialize. So yeah, taking my words back, it's actually a very interesting and unusual setup, right? So because you have kind of the regular patterns, the hedgehog, you think of a hedgehog, but then the fact that the light square bishop is placed differently, but it changes the position a lot.
So bishop b3.
Bishop b3 is played pretty quickly. Yeah, logical. Now we'll see what black does. b5 ever? We'll just take twice, yeah? C takes, knight D takes, probably not enough compensation.
I think queen c7 should
Queen c7. Queen c7. Yeah, but then, quite possibly, I do go for this, no? Now, after e5, I hope to get to d5 squares. If you play some bishop d7. Maybe I don't have enough. I thought like somehow to press on e6, but maybe this knight never leaves. You'll play b5 later, yeah. Probably, that was a little bit too optimistic of me.
But also in that final position, after bishop d7, I mean, I don't know if white can get too optimistic with some g4.
G4, g5, yeah.
But h6, I guess, I mean.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, like, you know, those attacks, even with without a pawn sacrifice on the queen side.
Usually
sometimes
work.
Sometimes it's like a little bit too much. Now we are also pawn down.
So white shouldn't sacrifice.
Yeah, perhaps we are too optimistic, or I was too optimistic. But yeah, but if I play queen e2, right? Maybe now it's awkward for black.
Now f4 is coming.
Yeah, because f4 is coming and black is not in time to apply enough pressure on c4, right? So if, say, bishop d7 and I was to play some other move, then black is just on time. Rook c8, c4 is hanging, white has to make some awkward moves if he can protect the c4 pawn at all. But yeah, but f4, after knight c6, once again, I don't know, bishop e3 is the move. Sometimes just capture on c6, knight f3 also makes sense, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to say that now black can maybe go knight a5. I mean, get the bishop here if that means something.
He gets the bishop's pair, but maybe this is the time where I actually start having some active ideas. Yeah, g4 now is a little bit too much. Who knows? Maybe even like this, like g4, if you take some rook g1.
Yeah.
Once again, this is the way I'm playing chess nowadays, because I mostly play online, like 3 minutes. Yeah, for 3 minutes game, this G4
No, this G4 wins.
Just brilliant idea. Yeah, guys, in this tournament, I believe, especially in round 1, they agree on being solid first. So they'll not go for anything crazy like that. And
so maybe we should go to the next, or we should stay with this one.
Now I'm a little bit confused. Why on our screen Sam Shankland has the white pawn next to his portrait?
Ah, because he grabbed the white pawn, so.
No, but he's that's not the color.
Yes,
that's only one
exactly.
pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Bakro has the black one.
And Bakro, yes. Yeah, that caused the confusion, because I thought maybe, the names are mixed up and the colors and so on. But that shows the material very conveniently.
Yes, exactly.
So you don't have to think what's on the board.
Yes.
You just, but that's, in the kids tournaments, you probably remember, like little boys and girls playing, and they turn to align the pieces they've already exchanged right next to the board.
Yes,
so
yes,
it's easier to say. Yeah, it's easier to say. Okay, I have 2 pawns captured, and you have 2 pawns captured. So that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. I got confused at some point. Yeah, so could it be that the colors are mismatched? Okay, Bishop D7 played, which allows White to play F4 once again. Black will have to move the knight. But at least Black didn't play Queen C7, which maybe is not the move he wants, after all. Okay, anyway, that's a very complex Sicilian when we've talked enough on it, I guess. And we can move to the next game.
And the next pool.
The next pool, which will be Pool B, where we have Rapport and Fedoseev, right? That's Pool B, I guess. Yeah. Okay. As you figured out, Rapport so far has 2-0 against Fedoseev in the Grand Prix series. Right. Do we know how this is called? This is.
So they actually played the same line, I believe, in Berlin. I think it was A3, Bishop C3, Queen C3, and he played some. Rapport played some interesting plan with Knight H3.
Ah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Queen takes B6, Bishop G5, Bishop E7, E3, H6. Yeah, perhaps worth mentioning that here there is this D5 move, which seems to be super solid.
Super solid, yeah.
Super solid, and also, like, since I've never studied it properly, okay, what I know that after D5, Bishop G5, you can still go for this strange gambit with C7, C5, D takes, and D4, right? But never properly studied the other line. To me, it all looks the same, so that it's very easy to play with Black, because it doesn't matter what White does. You take on the next move, you go B6, and so on. But apparently there are tricks. And Fedoseev goes for B6, which used to be kind of the old theory, and maybe now will become the new theory once again, right? So B6, Bishop G5, Bishop B7, E3. Then it's really hard to explain, especially if I don't understand it myself, when H6 should or should not be included, right?
I think, I doubt that anyone knows the answer to this question.
Rook E8. This is confusing, honestly. Knight E2, D6, E1, Knight D7, and Queen C2.
So he wants to go Knight C3.
Yeah, he wants to go Knight C3, and also, yeah, like with Queen on C3, sometimes you'd be running into Knight E4, right? So Sometimes you'd be running to knight a4, bishop d8. By the way, last move was knight d7. Could he play this? Because, yeah, bishop d8 seems to be like the only move, right? Knight c3. Here, I was actually considering bishop c7, but apparently it's not very serious, right? Knight d1, king d1. It's only one pawn.
Yeah.
It's only one pawn. Yeah, d pawn will have to be moved, but yeah, it's hard to believe it's kind of a full compensation for an exchange. But then it means that after, it's not that I will sacrifice all the exchanges in the world. It's just I was not very happy with this position. Like knight c3, rook takes. Is white better, really? I'm not sure. Those known to be very solid for black, right? I mean, maybe you
D5,
can,
yeah,
maybe you can claim that after d5, like white has more space, the bishop's on b7. Not very nice, but yeah, but still.
Yeah, still knight d6, maybe knight c5. Or
Yeah,
knight
I think
d7.
a5,
A5,
yeah,
yeah.
a5, knight a6. The material is quite limited, right? Because sometimes these structures, if you have them from the Queen's Indian, you would also have the bishop on e7 and the white dark square bishop. And then, yeah, at least there is more minor pieces on the board, and the bishop on e7 sometimes would be passive. Here, like, I can play in a very silly way with black, like go a5, go e5, knight a6, and just declare it a fortress. I don't care. Let's agree a draw. So the reasoning behind me asking why he didn't play knight e4, perhaps he doesn't want the draw at first place, because there was this solid move d5, as we agreed, and Fedoseev apparently knows it. So it's not like he's playing straight up for the win. It's very hard. It's very hard to do it with black, right?
Yeah.
But just intentionally keeping more pieces, maybe it makes sense. Queen c2, and then what? Even rook c8 in preparation for c5 is possible.
And it's weird that black played rook e8. It means that maybe he wants to play e5, but then d5 would come. I'm not sure.
Yeah, all that, like e5, d5 is almost every time, yeah. And not only that he played rook e8, but the timing for this. I mean, why would you play rook e8 in this position, right? Is there like any specific threat of some sort? Not clear, really, right? Because d6, you could have gone d6, knight to d7, which are like the most natural moves in the position, and then you decide if you need rook e8,
yeah,
if you need something else. So once again, when those moves, like early commitments, right, like early h6, early rook e8, as the commentator, I always like to look for the reason why exactly he chose this over this. What was the reason? Maybe he was trying to avoid some line. But here it's not apparent, right? He just played rook e8 because he likes the move. Touch the rook, and it's only the only legal move available.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go with a lot of speculations about that. Okay, so the way it looks, this specific line, it doesn't offer too many chances for kind of early simplifications, even like early clarification of what's going on, right? So very often it's, you know, a very flexible pawn structure, and then the center will be defined later on. So with white, you tend to, you know, put the knight on c3, sometimes play f3. So you want to keep the pawns flexible, and black will be looking for the way, to play either e5 or
yeah, so black should decide whether he wants to go e5 or c5.
Yeah, he can probably play c5 right now. Yep. c5. At least for e5 we've decided, whenever e5 is played, white usually wants to play d5. for c5, it's less clear. What's White's reaction to this? Because
probably
d5 anyway.
D5
is dangerous, right? Rook e8 makes a lot of sense, and not only that, but maybe you lose the pawn immediately. So g5 and takes. Takes on c5, yeah. Takes on c5 makes a lot of sense, or just not reacting, right? Like playing some knight c3 or something. So taking on c5, and then if black recaptures with the pawn, this is usually somewhat shaky for black, right? Yeah. I mean, it looks nice, you don't have bad pieces and so on, but somehow I just place, I don't know if f3 is needed immediately or...
Maybe knight c3.
Knight c3, right, the bishop goes to g3 then. If you go e5, then once again, some weaknesses there. Yeah, so it's... Once again, it kind of is nice for the blitz, right?
Yes.
So no bad pieces, some activity, so on. If White plays it carefully, it's actually a very annoying position. Like now that I'm looking at it, after knight b5, Black might already have some issues because knight d6 is coming. Yeah, so perhaps if you play c5 immediately, it's with intention to take on c5 with the knight, yeah? But then once again, why did you play rook e8? Sort of a mystery. What if we don't do any of those and we play knight f8 and we are just on time to go knight g6? Could this be the idea? Queen c2, and now we go knight f8. So that after knight c3, I'm speculating, I mean, I don't know how good it is. We go knight g6, bishop goes, and then, don't know what. No, maybe now e5, no, I can't even recapture with the pawn. h5, alpha 0, h5, no. That can't be serious.
No, bishop d3 will come in.
Yeah, exactly. So if I've done all that, I have to have a follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Like knight h5 is a little bit too much.
Maybe e5, e5, d5, you said.
e5, still d5, yeah. And what's so good about Black's position? It's not clear at all. Yeah.
There is some knight f4, not giving
knight
bishop
f4,
to develop,
yeah. By the way, yeah. So I pretend like nothing happened, go a5, if bishop d3, I have knight f4.
Yes, exactly.
At least we're justifying rook e8.
Yeah, yes.
At least we are justifying rook e8. And if we are to talk a little bit about this position further on, then maybe this is still good for White, like after king f1 and then just take with h-pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one tricky position over there. Guys, you're playing two complex openings. It's very hard for the commentators to figure out what's going on. Fedoseev is thinking, here we can notice like a substantial difference on the clock. Almost. Not almost, but more than 15 minutes. It's move 12. And he just, no. There was a sound like he made the move, but not really. Not really. Okay, so what do we do? Who's the other players in this pool? It's Anish Giri, right? It's Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabaei, both making their first appearance in this tournament, in the Grand Prix series. Okay.
So here there is a huge time difference.
Yeah, because Anish blitzed everything out, right? So that was his, clearly was his preparation. So Tabatabaei is one of those people who turn to, not too afraid of making extra effort and learning what happens after knight g5 in this position. It's only partially a joke because nowadays the romantic, romantic aura of this two knights defense. It's gone. Nobody's playing knight g5, so you're not attacking the king. I mean, going knight f6, you can be almost guaranteed that d3 will happen.
No, but also, I mean, I find generally Italian very confusing, because black will mostly like 100% go bishop c5. So why to study these knight g5 lines?
Yeah.
That's
That's exactly what I'm saying. So unless here you do specifically something else and not bishop c5, why bother play 3 knight f6, right?
Okay, probably there are some lines on bishop c5. There are some lines with c3 d4, and you're trying to avoid that maybe.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So like c3 d4. I don't think you are any scared of Evans' gambit nowadays, right? But c3 d4. There are some new tries. Yeah, fair enough. So maybe he wants to make sure that the pawn goes to d3. Bishop c5, castles, and like I'm playing those moves quickly, not because I understand anything about the Italian, but just
I actually started learning these openings with black very recently, and I mean I think that Italian is basically not possible to study because there are so many move orders and many transpositions that you can't really understand.
I've told this story on air kind of a few times already. Like I think it was with Anna Muzichuk back like 10 years back when we were trying to look at this gioco piano Italian, and usually back then there were strong engines, but not as strong, right? So what we would do, you would open the database, you would look for the games of the strong players. And it would be very easy because you open the position, you structure it, and you see, okay, all the strong players do this, and you just copy strong players, right? And you open this position, for instance. You understand that there are like 5 moves for white. To each black reply, it's 5 moves again, and every move is played by strong players, and sometimes it's transposition, and you end up not understanding anything. So later on, I realized that they actually follow the patterns, so they know some positions that might happen on move 15, for instance. And with these little move orders, they're kind of trying to confuse each other. Right? So sometimes, like for instance, c3 would be a very natural move, right? And very often that's what you do, right? But he goes h3, which will be useful if black goes d6. After which c3, I believe, is played, and you transpose into something usual. But in case of d5, the move that was played, right? You didn't play c3, so you can do something else. And h3 perhaps is still useful. Knight d2, bishop e6, knight e4, and b4. And all that was played very quickly. So Anish knows his stuff. So in case of, b4 is understandable, but in case of knight g5, so the bishop just goes, right? Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, so not that scared. Okay, so what ended up happening was b4, and white threatens to go b5. If you play, already we can say that's the difference. I didn't play c3, right? Because now c3 pawn would be hanging. Before would not be hanging, but c3 always would be under attack. And after some sort of a6, if I'm modest, if I don't want to take anything, I just want my pieces to be protected, maybe bishop will go to b2. One of the options, right? And then f6, who knows, maybe d4. Doesn't look that great.
Maybe, I don't know.
Doesn't look that great. Anyway, knight takes on b4, bishop e6, and rook to b1. So it's a pawn sacrifice by Anish Giri. It's a pawn sacrifice by Anish Giri. The compensation is apparent, right? So 2 pawns on the e-file, very strong knight for white, not only the knight, but a very strong outpost on e4. After rook b1, though, how about being ultra greedy. Can I take on a2? Probably not. Bishop
G5?
Bishop G5. Bishop G5.
And then C3.
And we just trapped it, the horsey, right? So I just thought takes. Oh, bishop a3 as well.
Oh, maybe bishop a3 also, yes,
bishop d2, and then c3. Yeah, probably the knight is getting trapped. Right, so it was way too optimistic. Actually, we didn't. I think we, as the commentators, we have to remain neutral, but we have all the rights to speculate who's going to win Group A, who's the favorite in Group A, Group B, and so on and so on. So for Group A, now I would go with the rating, Grischuk, and who else? Well, it's hard to say. Grischuk is a little bit higher rated.
Yeah.
And for the rest of it, like, difference between Andreikin and Shankland is some mere 15 ELO points, which doesn't mean anything. It's hard to say. Hard to say. For Group B, though, Anish is
Clear
a substantial ELO favorite. Also, like,
he's actually he's the favorite. I mean, he is the best rated in this whole event, I guess.
Yes, he's highest rated indeed.
Yeah.
Maybe for the reason because both Mamedyarov and Vachier-Lagrave kind of lost quite a bit of rating, like COVID years, right? Because they used to be. Anish at some point did reach 2800, right? I mean, I'm not following this closer, but he was very close for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He was very close for sure, because clearly MVL and Mamedyarov were 2800 at some point. And for some people, it'd be hard to believe, but Nakamura was 28 plus on classical rating, even before he became a
no, but for Anish, I'm really not sure if he was 2800.
For some reason, I thought he was or was extremely close to that. Okay, so he's the highest rated, and he plays with the lowest rated question mark. Oh no, technically Bakro. Yeah, Bakro is the lowest rating in the entire tournament, 2642, right? Tabatabaei
so 1 point.
Has 2643. But one of the underdogs on paper, let's say. But it's a young player, and you never know, right? With young players, you never know. I mean, he might be up for a surprise. And also, it has to be mentioned specifically for Iranian players. Because, Alireza Firouzja now represents France. We understand this, but he used to be from Iran as well. And they're very strong, this young generation, but they're kind of a close community, right? And they're not, unless they become universally acknowledged, like playing the Vikensee and stuff. They don't have that many tournaments, right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
Their ratings, they are not always all that representative. Like he has 2640 playing mostly in inside the country and maybe some Asian international tournaments. And when those people, it used to be the case with Soviet Union, I believe, like Soviet players, when they would eventually get to international events, they would increase rating. I believe at some point there was also Serbia or former Yugoslavia, I remember, also had this image. There would be a lot of 2400 players, for instance, who would be Grandmaster 26 in any other country.
Exactly.
Also, when you have kind of close community who are playing inside the country, sometimes it's the case. Okay, so Giri, I mean, first things that I'm noticing that he has 40 extra minutes on the clock, and what's even more troublesome for Black in this position, that Giri he's still on increment. I don't think he spent 5 minutes or something, but he knows what he's doing exactly.
So what can
Black possibly do? E5, I just realized that E5 is technically hanging, and I mean, if I want, I can probably take on E5 if White's to move. Not clear if it will lead to any kind of advantage. Okay, if I just go back, Is it? Maybe
C4,
C5.
C4.
Yes, this is what I have to be careful about.
But
right?
C4, knight F4.
C4, knight F4, right? And I go C5 for now, hoping that no sacrifice work. And if, let's say, if we agree on C5, bishop A5, then maybe even taking the knight and taking B7 is in white's favor.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, well, even when black undoubles the pawns, it still doesn't make E4 knight any weaker, right? The knight is still great on E4. The bishop is probably misplaced on A5 quite a bit. But yeah, that's certainly, so there was first reaction, okay, knight on B4 hanging, let's go back to D5, but maybe it's just a bad move. Maybe black actually needs to be a little bit more clever. You know what, Fedor? Since he's thinking for so long, is he considering... yeah. I have to say this. I will be all the exchanges in the world that even remotely, if there is an exchange sacrifice that remotely makes sense, then I'll be trying it. I was thinking of rook takes F3, which probably will not be played. Because Giri is, you know, he's clearly in a theory, and this is like when you're playing this game with black against Anish Giri, you are in this moment that even if you believe that rook F3 is the good move, it's not winning, right?
Yes, yes,
so
of course.
it gives some complicated position, maybe with the compensation. And you have this debate, okay, so now if I play rook F3, it will be very sharp and strategically complex and so on. But he will know more than me, right? And he already has more time. And you spend quite some time here, and you end up not playing it. But yeah, kind of
so
strategically.
maybe taking on B4 also didn't make a lot of sense, since he knew Anish is prepared, and maybe he had some more practical option.
More practical option.
Like A6.
Like A6. Or even like I mean, once again, A6, it was my first reaction, but now I'm thinking, is B5 even a threat? If I play some move, and after B5 go knight D4, is E5 really hanging? Because this is what causes confusion for me. Like sometimes in this Italian, you can sacrifice on E5 and pretend you're playing the Marshal, and sometimes you would get a fantastic Marshal. And then there was, I think it was Grand Prix series, but the previous one, when I was commentating on a game, and it was Duda against Wesley So, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And at some point, exactly this happens. So Duda plays with white, and Wesley sacrifices, as I saw, the pawn on E4. And I'm like, without like going too deep, I'm saying, okay, so that's a typical pawn sacrifice, and so on and so on. And there was Hikaru Nakamura who finished his game, and he was around in the studio. And I can see Hikaru pulling faces him. And then he got interviewed, and then he joins the broadcast, and he says, yeah, I think Wesley is just a pawn down here. He misplayed it. But what I'm saying, it's very often not easy to tell, right? It is like in the Marshal, at least you know, that black was going for this, he was sacrificing. But anyway, I would try to look for the move. Then once again, I don't know what move has to be. Like say
H6. Yes,
H6. Yeah, like F6. We simply agree that we don't want to play F6 for whatever reason. Right. So we play H6, and in some distant future, maybe we are looking for F5. Yeah. And if white goes B5, I guess knight D4 might be playable.
Maybe knight D5. Is knight D5?
Knight A5 as well. Yeah,
but I'm not sure if I'm threatening to take, because
knight A5 is also a possibility. But that's, once again, that's very often with pawn on C3.
Yes,
exactly. There are such lines, yeah, like pawn on C3, and then the knight would be still on B1. This is another confusing part about the Italian, because at some point you cannot, you've seen like every single pattern, and you can no longer think. You just, okay, there is this position, looks very similar, I have to. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever got to this point, that I remember like quite a few games in my career that I'm looking at the board and I understand it would be much better if I would have no knowledge about this position whatsoever.
Yeah.
Then at least I would be able to think. And otherwise I just, okay, there was this line and it was this position. And I even remember the position which I'm supposed to get after move 15, but I have no clue what the move is. Right, so knight to a5. And yeah, so now I can't even take on e5 because bishop d4. Right, so maybe after b4, black could have gone, could have done something else, yeah? He actually does play h6 now, after rook b1.
No knight e5 is...
I have a little bit strange question. If bishop a3 is played. I want to say I win material, but it's of course, you know, it's a bit of a stretch. Maybe now is the moment you take. Maybe now is the moment you take. Because I also, like for this kind of positions, I obviously misplayed the bishop to a3, right? You go back to d5 and you want to go to f4. So maybe that's sort of the point, yeah. Or you go a5 and then after c3 you take.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So that's a little bit too optimistic.
But Anish started thinking, which means that
H6.
this is not one of the moves he checked.
And that's, I can't stress it enough. It usually, like when you're playing this kind of game with black, it's a mixed feeling.
Yes,
that's kind of good news. He doesn't know what to do. Bad news, I probably made the bad move because he would analyze all the good moves.
Of course. Yeah.
So yeah, h6. Yeah, as you said, white can try take on e5. Yeah, but this, for some reason, I'm not that afraid of with black. I don't know if I'm right not to be afraid of this. C5, c4 is an option. I was even having some kind of aggressive intentions, like looking at the bishop on b6 and so on, but apparently the knight on e4 is too good. Yeah, knight on e4 is too good. But this might be the way to go. So like I go c5, the rook, I don't know, drops to b1, b3. Let's
b1.
Yeah, b1 for now, and c4 might work for black.
And bishop b2?
Bishop b2, and yeah, I was planning, I don't know how, but I was planning to protect the knight. Queen c7, maybe. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like after bishop b2, I probably play queen c7, yeah. So I'm not afraid of white, yeah. Not afraid of white taking. He actually doesn't even win the pawn, right? Queen h5, there is seemingly rook f5, yeah.
Yeah.
Black is fine. d4 does exist, but like with bishop on b2, a combination of moves like bishop b2 and then d4 is not very appealing, and I might also have some moves like rook d8 for now, like not rushing with moving the knight. So all in all, looks playable for black. So I would be, like with white, I would be looking for the way to kind of extend the initiative, not to win the pawn back. But how do I do this? That's a good question. Do I just straight up play a3 so that after knight d5 I can play c4? I guess after a3 he can do this, right? And then, yeah, it does look ugly, but the knight goes to c5 later.
Is bishop e3 possible?
Here, to stop him from...
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Bishop e3, knight c5, not possible just yet. We can go further than this. After queen e7, we might even play some rook b5.
Rook b5, yeah.
Rook
Actually,
b5 to stop knight c5.
Instead of bishop e3, also rook b5.
Maybe rook b5 to start with, yeah. It's very unusual, like the rook is almost hanging in the air. Because it would run into something, yeah. Typically, this would run into something, this rook. But yeah, but it stops the knight from a6.
Oh, but wait, rook f3 now.
Rook f3, yeah, and then you take with the queen.
And then
knight d4, and then you hope to get to the king, but it's not serious, right? Knight b5, and then you, don't know, take on e6 on h6.
But it's a whole piece.
Whole piece, yeah, but all the guys are on the queen's side. This is something that AlphaZero would do.
Yes, yes.
Check, you know, king h8, bishop h6, or king h7, queen f5, bishop h6. Because originally I thought just take on h6, but then after queen e7, I don't think white is on time. Knight returns pretty quickly. But yeah, but giving a check on e6. I won't be surprised if white doesn't lose here. If it all ends up with a perpetual check.
Yes, yes.
White being winning, hard to believe. So like king h8.
And also, if let's say king was on h1 to play some f4 to include the rook, then it would maybe have some, but
yeah, but it could be something along those lines. And once again, this makes me somewhat question this h7, h6 move, because yeah, he wanted to control g5. He probably wanted to stop some, I don't know, knight g5, bishop g5, whatever. But h6 is clearly, you know, vulnerability. It's kind of some sort of a magnet. Why should I develop the bishop from c1 now if I can take on h6 in one go? So till the end of the game, I'd be looking, once again, press the wrong button. Till the end of the game, I'll be looking for the way to sacrifice my bishop on h6, this way or another. Like, move the knight from f3 and then take and go queen g4 and so on.
maybe bishop a3 should be very strong. I mean, on this rook f3, I can also take first bishop b4. Oh no, then it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, bishop b4, I thought we should just go back to f5, and yeah, it is a nice knight on e4, but it's still pawn up for black.
Yeah.
And no real worries, right? Now, rook f3, maybe I'm just exaggerating the compensation. Maybe just take with the queen, you know, knight c2, and you say, okay, let's play this position. Some bishop b2, queen g4. Yeah, it's complex. Let's call it this. It's not clear if it's such a great position for black, this one. Is he forced though? That would be my other question. Is he forced to do this? Because he can try to go a5, c3, right?
Yes.
c3, and then queen d3. No, queen d3. I was thinking, yeah. Queen d3, queen takes, knight takes, bishop takes f8, and perhaps rook takes f8. Once again, 2 pawns for the exchange. And a very dynamic position, in fact, right? Like if the knight is not on c6, black knight is not on c6, but somewhere that's kind of tiny bit better placed, then black is just better, perhaps.
Yeah.
Being as it is, it's hard to say, because also like the knight on d3 is not very stable. Yeah, I take white here.
Yes,
I don't know how, but yeah, but I take white here. Who's also to move, right? But rook d1, on the other hand, could it be that I... no.
Knight f2.
Knight f2, I was thinking, yeah, but there is rook b6.
Uh-huh.
So
Yes.
I believe we both were thinking
Yes, e4
take on,
yeah.
on f2 and e4 to preserve the bishop, right? Because yes, black can take on f2 now and go e4, but then it's just a disaster.
Same, yes.
Yeah, it's just a disaster. And the problem with e4, once again, is that white can take on b6 and then take on e4. So it doesn't really work. Okay. So bishop a3 is an option, and something else was the a3. A3, rook b5, yes. All that.
And knight e5, yeah.
It's a very interesting game, this one. So we are halfway there, right? We're pool A, pool B covered. let's move on. For Pool C, whom do we have? That's a little bit confusing. Hare Krishna used to be Pool D, now he moved to Pool C. Hare Krishna and Vityugov are in Pool C. That's for sure. Oof, what is this? Is it even a chess game? Move 14, bishop f2 check.
Maybe we should check how...
Of course, yeah, of course. How do you get this on the board? And also, let's mention it was a Sicilian.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d3. There is such line. There is such line. I don't quite remember what's kind of the big deal. Why exactly start with Queen d3? Could be some Queen g3 in the right moment. Anyway, Queen d3 played, d5, e takes, and knight b4. Wait a second. I think there were games like this.
No, I don't know any of this.
And bishop c5, whoa.
But they did, I can't see how much time they spent for
the opening.
Because it seems like they did spend some time.
Yeah, they spent quite a lot of time, yeah. 49 minutes left for Hare Krishna, a little bit more than 1 hour for Vityugov. And it's move 15, and basically I think the time was spent somewhere around here, because later on they enter some very forcing line, it seems, right? And here you could have taken on d5, yeah, it seems like you could have taken on d5, and not like no problem at all, but...
Okay, bishop c5 also looks...
Yeah, bishop c5 looks very promising and very concrete, right?
I mean, a3 might be the only move.
a3 might be the only move. Knight takes d5 now, check, and king goes to f8. Knight e2. Bishop to d7, swapped here, knight d5, knight e4. Aha. Okay, I mean, he played knight e4 because it's a good move. That would be my guess. It's a silly thing to say, but I mean, black can play other moves. It's not like he's forced to enter this. I would argue even having having this, like e takes d5, looks ugly, the king is not castled, but you'll play rook e8, and you very likely will play h5, h4. And knight e4 jump is there. So black I'm arguing that black would have kind of playable position anyway, and he's not forced to take with the pawn. He can play something more reasonable. I don't know, take with the queen, take with the knight. So when you go for complications in the moment when you believe you can have normal position other way, then it means you're really sure that knight e4 is just good.
But it's strange that they, I mean,
check, king f1.
It's such a messy line, and they're obviously spending some time, which means they're not in the book. So.
No, not in the book at all. And honestly, Hare Krishna is not, he's not the guy who would voluntarily go for this.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, as far as I understand his play style, I mean, that might be a mistake, but I don't remember him going for like crazy sharp lines from the opening. So he likes to have control, usually, especially with the white pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly.
I mean, the usual thing, go for slight advantage and so on. Go for slight advantage, but it doesn't look nowhere near kind of a slight advantage. It's what? It's the king on f1. Black is up a pawn, among other things. And he needs to prove something right here, right now, if it's possible at all. Because black is kind of couple of moves away from just declaring, I'm a pawn up, and what do you have?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure what move White's supposed to play. Like some is c4 even challenging? I wanted to say c4. No, c4 I will take, and after queen c4 there is a very strong move for black. I just realized, which is queen d1 checkmate. First I thought like c4, d4, queen c4, the knight is hanging,
yes.
And maybe black will have difficulties. Okay, he will not. He has rook e8. That's my logic.
Yeah.
Then okay, there is one move that is somewhat better than Once again, I believe this needs to be needs to be shown. And then used to be 2650 Grandmaster, and I was analyzing this now in my head. When you have a better move, queen d1.
No, I also actually made a similar, worst blunder. I thought g3 to go king g2 and like queen h3.
G3 here, yeah.
Because it makes sense. I mean, just to go king g2, rook f1.
Right, but seriously, what can he do? Like knight f4. Yeah, like since we blundered a checkmate a couple of times, I personally want to develop the bishop from c1, but then I realize that means I'm not winning the pawn immediately, winning back the pawn immediately. So that means I'm probably just a pawn down.
Okay, bishop f4 maybe.
Bishop f4, yes, but then.
And there is even g5.
Yeah, there is even g5. I'll probably take, right, and then you have.
And how is that?
Queen f5 instead. I don't like it for white, honestly. Something like this. Then you'll play rook d1. Yeah, bishop f4 with the idea.
With the idea of rook d1.
Rook d1. Yeah. But you're right. So some g5 might be the move. g5 if bishop takes. Maybe I'm alive. Yeah, knight g5, king f2. Maybe I'm alive with white.
Maybe queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5. But then I can't really refute this, unless
there's some knight d2, but no.
Knight d2, bishop e3. Yeah,
No,
I mean we probably should if we discuss something, we should put it on the board. Yeah. The problem is, bishop g3 I will block with the queen, and bishop e3 I have king e1, a check, I have king d1, so on. And I thought about a brilliant solution of bishop g3, but it fails on many levels. I mean, queen f3 is one thing, and the other thing is there is actually an intermediate check on b4. That's more annoying, There is certain point to bishop g3, I mean, just to show that now the bishop is pinned, and in this particular case, black is winning the queen with knight d2, but chess is not checkers, and you are not forced to capture the pieces your opponent is sacrificing. Yeah, I think we can stop pretending that it's a very, very complex position. I think Harry apparently just misplayed it. Quite possibly blundered knight e4, the possibility of knight e4. It doesn't look good. I don't see this being good for white. Blundered? No.
So where did
I mean, how do you blunder this? Could this really be like he decided to? Because now it doesn't look scary at all for white, right? I can castle, postponing this capture on d5 for one move. Can, don't know, play bishop g5.
Still it looks a bit dangerous. Let's say maybe even h5.
h5, h4,
yes.
Right? No, but dangerous as in like sharp position, black king on f8 also is like not perfectly safe. And compared to this one, so unless there is some like super crazy strong move, which we don't see, I want to say black is much better, right?
Yeah.
Because this bishop f4, yes, we were trying to make g5 work, but if g5 doesn't work, black at the very least can move the bishop back. Rook d1 can play rook d8 and still say, okay, I'm up a pawn. I'm up a pawn, your king's on f1, my king's on f8. So it's more or less equally misplaced, but black's up a pawn and
there are not so many moves for white also.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you have a variety of choices. Yeah, and what's the other game in this group? I'm getting confused. Vidit with Shirov,
yes,
right?
yes.
And Vidit with Shirov, exactly. Which are where they are?
Down.
Here. Vidit with Shirov. Okay, here at least I'm not surprised that everything's messy. Alexei Shirov's involved, right? I mean, people who didn't read his book, Fire on Board, absolutely have to do it, even though it's an old book, right? I mean, I still remember the time when it was out, but it's like, oh, I'm getting too old. Anyway, Alexei Shirov, as the most experienced player in this tournament, as we agreed to call him, still capable of playing very sharp, very unbalanced chess. And more Sicilian. So today, it's really a lot of Sicilian. Does it have to do something with, the place the tournament's taking? The tournament's played. In Berlin, you expect a lot of Berlins. In Belgrade,
okay,
I love this topic, Theodora. Like. Openings named after countries, cities, places, and so on. So for Berlin, it's very straightforward.
Yes,
right?
It's very straightforward.
It's very straightforward, and it's hard to think of anything else. Like there is no German defense, there is no German attack, there is no German variation.
No,
it's only the
Berlin.
It's only the Berlin, it would seem, right?
But for Belgrade?
For Belgrade, well, a lot of Yugoslav attacks here and there, Yugoslav variation in the King's Indian.
Exactly, yes.
And you have the Belgrade Gambit.
That one I'm not familiar
Serbia,
with.
you don't know what the Belgrade Gambit is.
What is that?
I think, well, at least, I mean, we've been lied a lot in Soviet chess books. About blockade being a good thing, about Botvinnik being, the strong chess player. Okay, I mean, he was for the times. But seriously, there've been some funny opening names, like the Pirc defense, or which is probably pronounced Pirc, I believe. I think it was a
Pirc. Yes,
Pirc,
exactly.
Of course, like if we are in Serbia, we have to pronounce it properly. It was called Ufimtsev, and that was the guy who played it in correspondence chess, but much later, of course. Yes, Soviet say, chess culture. We love to call it after our players, right? Not say universal names. But this was called the Belgrade Gambit. You go d5. You go d4, and then you go knight d5. I think that was Belgrade Gambit. Yeah.
No, I think I should know it, but.
And now I don't even know what you're supposed to be doing. I remember being 12 years of age. I was advised that you just play bishop e7 and nothing bad can happen to you. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I think this is like d4, which is like happens in every fifth game or something. Yeah, in combination with knight d5, that was called the Belgrade Gambit. But why I started all that? Because I thought there's a lot of Sicilians. Yeah, and somehow even though. Yeah, Yugoslav attack, it's a Sicilian, right? Velimirovic attack is Dragon, right? Or this is where it gets confusing.
I'm bad in these names also.
Yeah, this is where it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But anyway, like somehow all these sharp Sicilians, they this way or another, they kind of tied down to the names of Yugoslavian players.
Yes.
I mean that's the feeling. So maybe it's sort of a tribute to being in Serbia, that people play a lot of Sicilians. Hang on. It's queen d3, but in the Najdov.
In the Najdov, yeah. So there it was knight c6 instead of a6. Yeah.
There was e6, knight c6. Yeah, it was e6. Now it's a knight of queen d3, and okay, not the most common, but once again, don't remember who said this, but after a6, it's very hard to come up with a new move, unless you consider like giving the queen g4 perhaps was not played on high level, queen h5, and also the king moves. A king move, if you make sense of king d2, that would be an original system against the knight. But literally anything else was tried, including b4, which is a ridiculous move. Was tried, like h-pawn, h3, h4, yes. No, literally, I mean, it's funny, but exactly. Every single legal move, no, bishop f4 is ridiculous because e5 wins the piece, even though I believe that there were games, not on high level. And then the most ridiculous, like voluntarily moving the knight to b3 before it's attacked. It's a very, very serious system.
Yes, exactly, it's not some small thing.
Move the h-pawn, 1 square, 2 squares, obviously. Move the g-pawn, well, g4 is a little bit too much. But you can prepare g4 by going rook g1, and it used to be very popular like couple of years back, right? I mean, it was played. And I believe it all started with Ivanchuk playing it against Kasparov, like 20 plus years ago. So literally any sane move, okay, let's call not every legal move, but every sane move was tried. Queen d3 is one of them. Knight to d7, once again, if you'd ask me to explain what's the point behind, why exactly have you start with queen d3, right? I'd be having difficulties.
Maybe some bishop d2 castle.
Yeah, I mean, that's if black does nothing, yeah? But we have to have an explanation why e5, bishop e6, and all the knight of moves, why black would be not happy with this. e5, not even sure where the knight's going, to be honest. f3, f5. I mean, with queen on d3, I would think maybe somewhere to f5, yeah. And if he trades, then again bishop g5. Anyway, queen d3, kind of asking for this queen to be attacked. Therefore, knight d7, bishop e2, b5, yeah. Normal knight of move, knight d5, and a4. Messy right from the start. Knight to c5, exchange on f6. Sheriff. Black's up a pawn. If he's planning to castle, I'm not sure.
Where?
Bishop g7, yeah, bishop g7 and castle later on, right? f3, e5, typical sheriff, and d5. Very aggressive. Queen f2 and even e4. Queen c6. Okay. Here, both pending quite some time. So he kind of ruined the position with black, playing strictly for dynamics. So now I imagine black will be castling long, which is not new for Alexei Shirov as one of the experts on the Botvinnik Slav, right? Like castling long with like a lot of stuff being open on the queen side. Strategically, though, okay, he's got a pawn on e4, but what's the, like, how do you continue on the king side? I mean, it's a little bit too general of a question, right? But I usually like to think of such positions, like complex strategic positions, in terms of pawn moves. Right, yeah, I understand you will develop some pieces, I will develop some pieces, but at some point we will have to solve this tension in the center, right? And for white, if white is too scared, As
play
I
F4.
am, yeah, I'm considering immediately. Yeah, let's go F4. Let's block everything. Maybe we are safe. We are probably not very safe though, because if White was to play F4, let's imagine black castles for now, and so on and so on. So one day this knight D3 will materialize, I'm afraid. It's like when you castle short, black will play some rook G8 and so on, and I'm a little bit. No, even knight D3, you'll take go bishop F3. No, nonsense. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay, so that's one thing. Yeah, castle long. I play castles short, maybe, or
maybe bishop
D2, still having the king on E1. Yeah, so bishop D2, bishop C3, and then castle short. Bishop D2, and then if we know that it's Shirov who is playing, then I'm sure we will see this. Not only because it's Shirov, but also because it's good. Knight B3, C takes, bishop B4, rook D8.
Yeah, this is nice.
I think this just works. Yeah, just works for black. King D1 and rook D8.
So he castled.
Did he play F4? No, he castled immediately. Okay, castled immediately. Now it's still perhaps with king on E8 I cannot do this. I mean, as far as I understand, black doesn't really play for the structure. He's playing for the dynamic for initiative. So one of the things that I would consider is to take on F3, bishop F3, go knight E4, and play bishop C5. In an ideal world, when it all works tactically, right? If I can get the knight on E4, bishop on C5, I'm very happy. But apparently this is something silly.
Yeah, queen H4.
You can
even
take and play. I mean, that's once again, it's an ugly way of playing chess, but it probably wins. I mean, I'm so afraid of leaving black with such a nice battery, but I'm probably winning because F7 is hanging and the rook on H8. It's once again, it's so interesting how those patterns sometimes stop us from very simple tactic, right?
Yeah.
Because bishop takes E4 combined with queen F6, really, it's not such a hard line to calculate. If you consider it.
Yes.
Right, but to consider the thing at first place, like when you've been taught, he will have this battery, it's bad, we don't have the light square bishop, we will lose. Right, so my whole plan of capturing on F3 is clearly too early, but after, say, castles long, it might as well be that white really needs to play this F4.
But what is, what would be the black's move next?
Next. But now I want to take.
Yeah, actually, I think it's the game.
Castles long, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Plays castles long. It's also same question can be asked about white's next move, right? B4. All of a sudden, I'm considering.
But then D3 square.
Right. You can just take and go knight D3 if you want. Because on one hand, it's kind of nice that I'm opening some files, but the D3 square is a pity.
Yeah, I think F4 looks like the most logical move. Because also I can't develop the bishop. That's very annoying.
Yeah, but then somehow after F4, there is a feeling like the game slows down a little bit, right? So maybe all of a sudden I'm starting to consider moves like king B8 and so on, because I don't know yet if I want the rook on G8, right? Or maybe I want H5, H4 instead of rook G8. Bishop on F8 also, it's like, can be developed any time, and at the same time, like bishop E7 doesn't really help. Bishop D6 is the move that I would consider, but I don't like the fact that bishop D2 is possible, right? Because this kind of tactic, I don't know, feels like there should be refutation, right? Because now it's black who does something strange. Bishop G4 and what? It's like knight E6, queen F6, knight D7.
No, this
still queen F6. Looks not good for black. Right, now we can pay attention that this knight on e3 is actually a very nice
Also,
piece.
bishop g4 immediately was possible. Instead of queen f4.
After
yes.
bishop f4, yeah, just bishop. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That should just check and win.
Yeah.
Why bother? Yeah.
So what would be your...
So after f4, yeah, that's really, like, I feel like in every single line, this king on c8 is somehow exposed. So very often I would just go king b8 in such positions without too much thinking.
Now, if black manages to play, let's say, f5, and somehow to protect that pawn, maybe...
So the argument is just we're just up a pawn and...
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, maybe. But for now, I can safely take f5, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, yeah, like f5, knight takes, you know, e3,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
but looks like black just gave a couple of pawns for nothing. But yeah, that's once again very promising, very interesting game. That's a good thing with Shirov. I mean, even like being with the black pieces against like younger, more energetic opponents, he's not shy of playing.
Yeah, he has
his
style.
Yeah, he's true to his style. He's not shy of playing sharp attacking chess. Alrighty, and let's speed up a little, I believe, because we have one group or one pool of players that we did not touch at all, pool D, right, where we have also very, very strong players, two pairs of very strong players. Not sure where we start. I think with the highest rated, who is Mamedyarov, highest rated for pool D. Mamedyarov against Yu Yang-yi having the white pieces.
This might be the, maybe strongest group even. Because
yeah, looks like the strongest group because, yeah, there is this player from Russia, Alexander Predke, who's made it to the Grand Prix from the Grand Swiss, I believe. But he might be kind of a surprise player, right?
Yes, exactly.
Well, his rating, I don't know, 26. What's that? 26 something should not fool you, really. Well, like he might be up for a surprise. And all the 26.82, by the way.
Yes, it's not
not that low. Yeah.
Yes.
Not that low. And then you have Yu Yang-yi, who is now 27.13, but used to be 27.70 at some point. And you have Mamedyarov and Vachier-Lagrave, who both been to 2800. So if we imagine all of these guys are in good form in this tournament, that clearly is the strongest group. This is, though, not the most exciting position, I have to say. I think some...
Actually, none of them played in the Berlin, I think. All of them are new in Belgrade. Or
yeah, we have the whole group,
so
the whole group which is new to Belgrade. Yeah. It's interesting how it shapes. So that was.
This is something more solid.
More solid, yeah. The Scotch, right? That's how it's called. The Scotch game or opening, whatever. E5. 6, 95, H4, played by Yu Yang-yi. I remember Alexander Morozevich providing some notes about this H4 move. He said, I was preparing it and I've analyzed it because that's the move that makes no sense whatsoever. That was his take. And that was after he won a game against Vachier-Lagrave, exactly.
With this line.
Yeah. It was some rapid tournament. Some rapid tournament being World Rapid and Championship, yeah. Yeah, but that's a very original line, this H4, and nowadays, once again, what was the main line, all theory? C4, right? And
bishop A6.
The moment, bishop A6, and then you play something. The moment the knight leaves, you go knight C3, and so on. And then apparently, once again, I have no theoretical knowledge there, but apparently there is some crisis as very often, right? There is a critical position which turns to work for black on
exactly.
the main line.
Yes, yes.
And then they start searching like aside, and sometimes coming to like really weird tries.
Yeah.
H4 perhaps being one of them. So H4, queen goes to E6.
So
that's kind of natural, right? To develop the bishop.
How can we explain the move H4?
H4, oops, H4 prepares bishop. I mean, just the move. Waiting for black to clarify what he will be doing. Then rook H3 sometimes is an idea. 5 supported in some cases.
So it's useful.
Yeah, it's a useful move, and it's very often that here, if you know, if let's say, if black promises you that I will play this certain set of moves, like I will play G6, bishop G7, castle short, or I will play bishop B7, castle long, then you would know what exactly to do with white, and then you would, then you would get an advantage, right? But the problem is like black acts flexibly depending on what you're doing. And as far as I understand, the H4 move is kind of giving black a chance to speak up,
and to show
what your intentions are, and then maybe something good will happen. Queen E6, like Queen E6, not a bad of a move, prepares to develop the dark square bishop. But there are lines where after C4, Queen B4 check is the thing, right? Like I don't quite remember. C4, bishop A6, white does something, Queen B4, King D1. Even this used to be the line, right? So already we might say that, yeah, okay, white gets to play something. Yeah, okay. After that, actually doesn't make all that much sense what I'm explaining, because it's just some normal position with white having slightly better pawn structure, but considerable lag in development, right? I mean, if you trade on E6, you'll never be better in such cases, right? Castles, but he has to trade on E6, otherwise he'd be stuck with this queen. Bishop D3, so I think it's in fact very, very quiet. Castles, knight F6. Black's activity should compensate for bishop B6, interesting. Is bishop C4, what was wrong with bishop C4? Because that I would think should kind of equalize easily. Bishop C4, bishop C5, yeah, take on D3. Or maybe easily was a bit of exaggeration. I thought, I mean, whenever I see such square, like knight on D5, rook E6 to protect this guy, a pawn can be moved, I always think, okay, that should be good for black, and maybe it is good enough.
Maybe
maybe bishop B6 is just not the worst move at all, because he ended up giving white a pair of bishops, but once again the structure is very solid. Knight D7, knight to E5, exchanged. So that's the current position. F6. I think not much to discuss here. Not much to discuss here. Black's super solid.
But it's maybe a bit easier to play with bishop.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop F4 to put it on G3. And then...
Yeah, it really, you're absolutely right. It really depends on black's move after bishop F4. Because what I really want to play rook D8 for some reason and declare that is kind of nothing bad can happen. I'm not sure if it's right. Yeah, but rook D8, and my point is that, I mean, want to make a grandmaster draw after rook D2, and you'll be so kind to play rook E2, and I'll give you a check and go back to D2. The sad reality of it is that, even with somewhat ugly rook C1, then king E1, white's still up a pawn. I don't know, maybe you'll make it a draw, but it'll be a lot of suffering. So that's exactly not the move you want to play. So after bishop F4, what else can be done? Maybe move the knight then.
Bishop G3.
Bishop G3, and we have to care about the D7 square somehow,
Maybe H5 is fine.
h5, if rook d7, you'll trade.
Yes,
Ah, yeah,
rook
yeah.
d8,
Because h5 from structure standpoint is a good move.
Is a good move, yeah.
h5, and then maybe later on moving the knight to f5, y a7, yeah?
So generally, it feels like it's much easier to play with bishop. Let's say, even if we trade everything.
This, rook e7, trade, and go king e2, right? Well, maybe the king gets to e6 as well.
Yeah, yeah.
If the king gets to e6. Because, yeah, I mean, if black starts to be creative, right, and starts trying to win some pawns, or basically starts to jump with the knight, but it's a very common mistake of less experienced players, right? You see an option to attack something with this knight, and they start jumping, and so on and so on, and by that point that you eventually win a pawn, your opponent's pieces are too active, right? So you cannot play the endgame without the king. I mean, that's my understanding. And if black just modestly brings the king to e6, I think he should be okay. But yeah, point taken that it is more comfortable to play with white. Now I'm not seeing also that maybe f3, king f2, and then trying to expand on that side as well.
Okay, with this, I mean, I would guess it will end up with a draw.
Yeah, it really depends on the mood of Yu Yangyi, how long it's going to take, right? Because there is a feeling like black's position is okay, but he's not the one who can force a draw, right? So as long as white keeps trying accurately, like, black will have to find
maybe rook d6 also
good defensive moves. Yeah, rook d6 is one of the options, right? Rook d6, and maybe you'll force me to play rook c8, something like that.
Yeah.
Right, so this will go on, and finally, one more game, which is MVL against Predke. And here, this is something that Predke apparently knows very well, and I'm judging by the clock situation. Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a very good theoretician usually, right? So to make him spend like most of his time by move. Okay, it's move 22 on the other hand. They played a lot of moves, but still. But still, so Predke is full 15 minutes ahead on the clock. Ooh, and that was what, the Ruy Lopez b5 d6. So no Berlin, no Marshall. Yeah, no Berlin at first place, and then no Marshall. Yeah. C3, castles, h3, rook e8. What's the name of it? Is it the Zaitsev variation, right? Or
no, I don't know.
Yeah, bishop b7. I think that's once again, that's the position where you're supposed to make a draw if you're a good friend with the other player, right? And go back and go, or maybe one move earlier, Anyway, okay, so what we have here is knight d2, bishop f8, a3, let me update this, oops, a3, h6, bishop c2. The point of it is that if bishop c2, I think this is the Zaitsev system, right? And then knight b4 and then c5. From the looks of it, once again. And that's why a3, so he doesn't want knight b4 to happen. h6, now bishop c2, knight b8, and knight d7, and we transpose into yet another line of the Ruy Lopez, which is the Brea system, named after Gyula Brea. And for the Brea, black actually played all the good moves. Now that I'm thinking, black does play bishop f8. He does play rook e8.
I'm not sure about h6.
h6 sometimes is dangerous, right?
Yes.
Sometimes
sometimes white even goes, let's say, bishop g5 to force, and then go back.
h6 and goes to d2. Yes. Then black later on plays h5. And
exactly.
It's a very interesting. Yeah, we could. I feel like we could discuss it a lot, right? Because like the Brea is sort of a thing in itself. Like sometimes I wonder, you know, once again, opening names. You have some tiny line and it has the name, and then you have the Spanish, and the Spanish it's a universe. Every single line, you have a lot of theory, a lot of strategic ideas. And for the Breyer, yeah, you can, I mean, discuss it such a rich position.
So Breyer is actually considered to be anything which is like knight b8, knight d7.
Not anything. No, it's a specific moves order, right? Of course.
But because so, this
so
one
it isn't. It isn't the Breyer originally. Just what I mean that Black done all the same as he would do in the Breyer system. I think.
Yeah, he had to go.
Knight b8 here would be the proper Breyer system. Knight b8 to meet d4 already with knight d7. So this would be, but if we think of it later on, what he would do: knight d2, bishop b7, and later on rook e8, and it would come more or less to the same, except for h6 that you've absolutely correctly pointed out. So h6 is not necessarily a bad move, but yeah, something that Black probably could deal without. h6, bishop c2. Knight b8, so we've gotten there. Bishop b2, rook to c8, a4. So White, in a way, admits that he has lost the tempo. White a3 and a4. But for this, he says, yeah, you cannot undo h6. Yeah. So,
and also you move the rook, so...
Yeah, you move the rook to c8, then to b8. What's interesting?
This looks strange. Why rook b8 was?
Why rook b8?
Why rook c8 and then why rook b8?
Yeah, like rook c8, perhaps just to prepare c5, c4. Could this be? Yeah.
Possible. Yeah. But then White can always go b4 and a4. It looks.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not that rook c8 is such a bad move of some sort, but why do you start, right? I mean, if you want c5, play c5. If you want, I don't know, c6, play c6. Why start with rook c8? So once again, we are looking for kind of the answer to this. Like it's a mysterious move with the rook. a4, and then ends up playing rook b. Okay, rook b8 here is kind of understandable, right? So you protect the pawn which is not attacked. you play the rook, but now it's clear that the rook won't be all that useful on the c file. Anyway, this happens, and then d5.
Was it possible to play like b4 maybe, or it's
here? Yeah.
It looks like interesting.
b4, and if I go c4, then you can take, and it's a very nice square on c5. Yeah. If I take the pawn, okay, maybe it's a little bit optimistic because I'll just take. And
maybe then d5.
Yeah, no, but e5 is hanging. Everything's hanging. Yeah? Everything's hanging. I mean, we can see what he has done. He went d5, d takes. D takes, knight takes, everything getting swapped, queen to b1. This is the moment you declare that h6 is a very useful move. The pawn is
yes,
on h7. Bishop e4, bishop e4. And Black should be more than fine. I mean, for Black to be fine, it's enough to exchange on e4.
Yes.
And if I exchange on e4, go queen d2, can it be that Black is even slightly more pleasant? I think that's what he's doing. Takes on e4 with the rook, which suggests that this rook will be taken, and then, and then queen d2 is something I'm thinking of. Looks pleasant for Black. Like, well, it's probably not
Of
worse,
course,
not that much worse, or not worse at all. If anything, even Rugby 1 is possible.
But probably Vachier didn't really, I mean, that's not what he was playing for.
Yeah. So they played.
It was played.
Yeah. I guess it's, yeah, I mean, unless something like crazy happens, White will play a couple of accurate moves and it will be just a draw. So, it's been a couple of hours of round 1 of Belgrade Grand Prix. What are the takeaways? I mean, that's once again, that's hard. 8 games, and we are done with game 8, and it's about the time to go back to game 1 because
yes.
it's a lot of stuff has happened there. Yeah, but I think we almost forgotten about a very important part of every chess broadcast, which is a short break for the commentators from time to time. So, the takeaways for now. Vachier didn't get anything against Elo underdog.
Yeah.
Then Hare-Krishna quite possibly blundered against Vityugov, right? Remember this position with
Bishop
Vityugov
F2
pawn up, Bishop F2 and so on. Then Shirov, being Shirov, plays very sharp game, right? And yeah, overall seems a lot of interesting games, and yeah, relieving part of it being 0 Berlins and a lot of Sicilians. 0 Berlins.
Yes,
Can't believe it's the thing. Can't believe it's the thing. Yeah. So, I guess it's about the time to try to, to announce a short break for the commentators. The games are at full swing, and not a single result yet. From the previous experience, I can tell you, Theo, that that'd be a short draw before the first break of the commentary. Yeah, like in 2 hours, that'd be a draw very often. I mean, it's part of modern chess nowadays.
Of course,
like,
of course. Yeah.
At the point of preparation, you either look for the position that is playable, not the advantage. Forget about advantage with White, right? Look for the position which is playable, and when you don't find it, you think, okay, I'll go for the forcing line. If he knows, he knows, or she knows. Yeah. And then it's a draw. And these guys, they tend to know most of the time. So if this happens, it would be a quick draw, which is not the case in our round. So you have all the reasons, guys, to stay tuned, and we will be back shortly for the continuation of the first round in Belgrade.
We're joined by Dragan Lazic, the president of the Serbian Chess Federation. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this evening. First of all, congratulations on being the host and the organizer of this event. How difficult was it to get to be the host country of the Grand Prix?
Thank you too. we are in one period of big growth in chess in Serbia, and our ambitions are very high. This tournament is in our plan as one of event here. We want to some kind to show to our chess player that the future of chess in Serbia is very good, is positive, to animate our chess population, and I hope it will be like this.
Chess was obviously very popular and still is popular in Serbia, but Serbia, former Yugoslavia, was a big chess nation. This is the first big event after 30 years. What has happened to chess in Serbia in the past 30 years?
Yes, we know what is the Serbian and Yugoslav chess history, and we have an obligation to continue with that. I hope that my team and our government of Serbia have enough power to increase results and to increase our activities in chess in Serbia.
What was the most difficult thing to organize, for particularly speaking of this Grand Prix? What did you find most difficult?
The most difficult is the point that we didn't have any similar tournament 2 or 3 decades ago. But we have a very strong team, experienced in management in general, and I think that things goes easier than we think in the start. Also, we have great support from FIDE, from World Chess. There are all professionals, and things are under control, absolutely.
Well, we wish you a lot of luck, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again. Thank you so much, sir. Lukas, thank you so much for joining us. So this is the first time Belgrade is hosting such a big event in 30 years. They're very happy, they're very optimistic. What do you think? What do you make of Belgrade as the host so far?
It's wonderful to see that the country, the city, which has such a rich chess history, is organizing one of the strongest tournaments in the world of chess. FIDE Grand Prix is very, very strong tournament with all the top guys competing for basically for the place in the World Championship match. So I'm very happy for Belgrade, for organizers from Serbian Chess Federation, and even during the opening ceremony we see a lot of energy between people. They are waiting for this event, they are already excited, so we are very happy as an International Chess Federation to stage events in such place.
Will you be considering Serbia for any future events, or is this sort of the main test event to see whether is Serbia up for it?
I think it would be very unfair to say that Grand Prix is a test event. Serbia received this event because they are prepared to organize such a strong event, and I am 100% sure that it will be a huge success.
In this place, in this city, 30 years ago, Fischer and Spassky played their rematch. What are your memories of that event? Sort of, obviously you were very, very small then. Does that figure in your memory in any way?
Yeah, I don't remember much because I was very, very young, not playing chess, but that time. But of course, I was studying some games of this match later on, and I think it's very, very important what organizers started in the opening ceremony to show this history. To show some pictures, some videos from the past, and I think during this next 2 weeks we'll be concentrating also to show the chess heritage of Serbia, and I'm sure many young kids all over the world will check all these games from 30 years ago.
Okay, so I believe we are back live from Belgrade. It's FIDE World Chess Grand Prix second tournament and the first round, right?
Yes.
During this break, I was actually thinking, since it's a second tournament, perhaps we have to talk about what's this Grand Prix is, how many tournaments are there,
Yes.
what they are playing for. So the Grand Prix is one of the ways, as we all know, to qualify for
The candidates.
for perhaps the most important tournament in chess calendar, right? We do not consider World Championship
Yes,
match
yes.
as a tournament, it's a match, and then the tournament is the candidates tournament. So from the Grand Prix, you have 2 qualification spots, right? I hope it's correct, because a lot of stuff changing. Right, and this year, right, the Grand Prix had yet another shift, so now it's 3 tournaments. Each player from the Grand Prix circuit takes part in only 2 of those. And to my shame, I do not recall the exact number of points you are getting, but basically for each result in the tournament, you are getting that many Grand Prix points, and 2 players with the highest the highest amount of Grand Prix points win. Yeah, and hopefully you guys, I mean, for us it's a little bit tiny of a screen, so I have difficulties like reading, but hopefully you can see on your screens. It's a current standings in the Grand Prix for the players who have taken part, right? So it was 16 players.
Yeah, so these players only took part in Berlin, so...
Yeah, Nakamura, the winner, got 13 points, right? The
Yes.
finalist, Ronen, got 10, right? If I see
Yes,
it
that's
correctly.
correct.
Right, and there is what's it called? Chess by numbers, which is circulating around the chess Twitter. Chess segment of Twitter with all the the probabilities for the players to qualify. And interestingly, those who didn't make it out of the group have practically no chance to qualify.
Yeah.
And it's only logical because like Nakamura, for instance, he already has first place.
Yes, yes.
If he makes it out of the group, 1 spot is taken, right, from the qualification. So he's already better than, let's say, me, who didn't qualify from the group, right, and so on. So strangely, only after 1 tournament, it's already very limited, the number of players who can qualify.
No, it's also interesting that, I mean, I would say that it's, okay, for sure it's coincidence that both Nakamura and Aronian don't take part in Belgrade, and if let's say they took and let's say they become finalists, then the 3rd leg wouldn't even have to be organized.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
so I'm really curious what would happen in that
there was
case,
somewhere published that if we have the same final doesn't matter the results of the final. Yeah, same final in tournament 1 and tournament 2, then tournament 3 is not needed in terms of qualification. Yeah, there is money on the line, there is rating and this and that. But interestingly, so once again, which makes me kind of question the system a little bit. So still,
yes, exactly, yeah.
It's a very very sensitive thing because they do work to improve the system, and a lot of stuff already been done, and it is getting more interesting. It is getting more kind of balanced because I remember this kind of good old times when there was a lot of tournaments. Round robins, I think it was 6 overall, and you were taking, as the part of the Grand Prix, you were taking part in 4 tournaments. And then there was a little bit of controversial thing that only 3 best results would count. Sounds good, I mean, 1 can have bad tournament. So this bad tournament wouldn't matter, and then 3 good tournaments would go. But obviously, I'm not accusing anyone of this, but there was a situation in 1 tournament that, imagine, I had 3 good tournaments, so they are clearly going to the final result. And then this tournament I'm playing is clearly doesn't go well for me.
Okay.
But my rival, the one who fights in overall Grand Prix standings, has a very good tournament here. And he is fighting for the first place with the other guy that I'm playing today. So I'm kind of incentivized to lose on purpose.
Yeah.
So that my opponent takes the first place, so my rival takes the second, gets less Grand Prix points. So that was the flow with, that was the flow with like one result doesn't count. So that's not possible, it shouldn't be. So
Yeah,
if I'm playing the tournament, I should be kind of pushed to play for the maximum. And there've been examples here and there, yes, and now I really like the way it goes. But perhaps, yeah, there's only 3 tournaments, maybe not enough.
Yeah.
Always want to have more and not less. Okay, so back to the games. I was informed that quite possibly
we have the first result.
Will have an interview with the first, the winner of the first game that has concluded. Vityugov has won with black in only 24 moves, which confirms on our theory that, perhaps Hare Krishna just made a terrible blunder. So once again, a reminder what happened. This is what we had seen. Bishop e3 was played, and that's a sad move, of course. Yeah, Queen f5, knight d4, Queen f6, knight f3, traded, captured another pawn, and captured another pawn. So 3 pawns up, still no counterplay whatsoever. Yeah, endgame, you can't play the endgame being 3 pawns down. And yeah, h5, king h2, queen d6, and Hare Krishna simply resigned. He had all the reasons to do so, like g3 loses to rook c3.
Rook c3.
Yeah, an early catastrophe, and yet it's, it's double round robin, 6 games, but losing first game with white.
Yeah,
kind of hints that you're almost out, because you'll be playing the same guys. They're very strong, they're very solid, and you, let's say with Vityugov, you'll play black in the second second round of it. Yeah, so not a good start for Pentala Hare Krishna. I would argue amazing start for Nikita Vityugov.
Yes,
for him,
yes.
it's a first tournament, first game in this Grand Prix, and I'm wondering if it's the first game in the Grand Prix series ever.
Ever,
yeah,
possible,
quite possibly. It's the first game that Nikita plays ever in the Grand Prix series, and he wins. Okay, so at some point we are likely to have an interview with Nikita. And meanwhile, let's try to catch up with what has happened, especially Pool A, Group A is very interesting because we haven't seen it for a long time. Yeah, so we have to check. Grischuk and Andreikin, the Sicilian with, what was that? I don't even remember. We left it somewhere here, and we said,
yes.
No longer, A3 stopped Bishop D4. No longer the Paulsen or whatever, Taimanov Sicilian, but the Scheveningen with an A3 move. And they actually do play the Scheveningen type of position where one may argue, yes, A3 is not, let's say, maybe even not needed, but it starts looking pretty normal, I have to say. And even A3, right? Black would have knight B4 one day, if not for A3. So all that kind of lines up for white. F5, knight to E5, and queen to H3, queen D8. How is it queen D8? Seriously? How does that work? So takes over here, and I really want to take on E6. I mean, I'm not sure what he wants to do. Bishop H4, right? And now
you have, I mean, I guess white has to take.
You have to take, and then you take on H3. And if I move the rook to e1, you have bishop g4 with the tempo, right? If I take the bishop, you take e1. I mean, there is, hang on, knight b7. We have to go on, yeah, knight b7. Let's assume bishop e1, rook e1, yeah? And then h3 is hanging and so does d6. What's... Okay, this looks bad.
I,
yeah?
I think black had something else.
Yeah. We need to check.
This is not.
Okay. First of all, is it possible that we are missing something here? Not really.
No.
Not really. Okay. Takes on e6. How realistic is that black takes on e6? No, not realistic. So it's got to be. Okay, bishop h4. Moving the queen?
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, kind of scary, but at the same time, the knight on e6 is like seriously pinned, right?
Yeah.
Seriously pinned, and it could be like next move bishop f. I don't know where the bishop is. Of course, I want to play knight d5. Yeah, if all this happens, I want to play. I mean, that's the move which is asking to be played. Knight d5. And then you say, I go knight g7. And then...
You have some bishop b6 also. I mean...
yeah, there is bishop b6. You know, to be perfectly honest, I'm looking at rook f8. It doesn't work, but I'm still looking at it. Point being, yeah, if if rook f8, then knight e7. Yeah, and a lot of... No, rook f8 is not a move. But something like b4 connected with rook e8 or bishop b6. Bishop b6, well, I don't like that you actually have queen d2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The queen is, I don't know, somehow and it's trapped, right?
Yes.
And it's trapped. It's so confusing, this kind of positions. Honestly, like by intuition, I want to say it should not work for black.
Yeah.
Like a move like queen a5, it feels wrong, but it's been many times when human intuition failed humans here and there. But still, the most straightforward, of course, seems to be the bishop move to h4, and then when knight takes, to take on h3. And yeah, and then I can't really understand how does that work. Bishop hanging. If you take e1, we take e1. Any kind of tactic here? Not clear.
Maybe white could have taken on d6 also.
Yeah, we could take on d6, but that's once again, I'm trying to be simple, right? So just take on e1.
Oh, both things are hanging.
Yeah. Even if, let's say, if you save the exchange somehow, which I don't see how to achieve, because these rooks, they are always running into, like I was thinking rook e7, then I take the bishop, rook b7, bishop a6, right? Stuff like that. And even if we assume that somehow black saves the exchange, this doesn't save it because bishop b6, right? Yeah. Rook e6, rook e6, by the way. Still, by that point, I've taken so many pawns that it feels it's got to be like some winning position exchange down, like knight d5, and then maybe just take the bishop, you take on d6.
Yeah.
Three pawns, it's be 3 pawns. So there should be some tactic which at least Andreikin thinks works for black. Works for black, yeah, because otherwise. So fe6 on the board, and the feeling is like you only take fe6 if you want to take on e6 next, yeah, because you can keep this pawn on f5 for a very long time, even if it's like hanging, which is not the case. Usually black is not very happy to take because you give the d5 square, right? You open the king. So when fe5 played, it probably means that Grischuk will take on e6, which makes it very interesting and very critical, because if black doesn't have anything, he's just lost, right? I mean,
but even if he doesn't take, it looks like a dangerous position.
Yeah, on the other hand,
Yeah.
that's a valid argument. Like, even if he doesn't take,
let's
but
say some
plays,
G4 maybe.
G4, by the way. Yeah, maybe that's the way to try to win immediately as well. Like knight G7.
That feels...
That's just the knight on G7 instead. Yeah. Not only the position is scary, but also the knight's on G7. But maybe I'm kind of alive like this. Knight F6, I don't like it. I don't like it, but maybe even knight F6. Knight F6 is maybe possible. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Alex.
No, but I'm really curious what he wants to do on knight E6.
On knight E6, yeah.
So he can't take, that's
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, bishop E6, queen E6, king, what, H8. Kind of doesn't lose immediately, but it loses, yeah, even if, like, there is nothing better, just go back and say, pawn up, I have a D5 square, I'm winning. Yeah, so knight E6, queen A5, yeah, maybe indeed he has to try this, queen A5, knight D5, and maybe some, like bishop D, is bishop D8 or no? Maybe I'm getting overexcited. Maybe this is just good, not only playable, but good. Bishop D8.
Yeah, it looks...
I mean, for now, I can prolong so that you cannot take on E6, right? And maybe you can show that bishop E6 runs into queen E6. It's a little bit naive, but nice tactic. Yeah, rook F8, checkmate. But still, white's not threatening anything, and black might have some move. Knight F7, I'm probably not that scared of, right? Knight F7, maybe I am scared of. My argument was that I will take on F7, which is not very good. Which is not very good. But maybe if I start with B4, it will work. B4, queen takes. And B4, with all honesty, I could have played like one move earlier, maybe two moves earlier, so it's not... yeah, it's clear that white could have thrown in B4. Queen A3, and yeah, my point was that I take, king takes, and this cannot be bad for white. I don't know. Probably white's winning. Knight G5 wins.
Yeah, that's the
Knight G5 wins. Bishop has to take. We take on D7. We give a check. Don't know. Yeah. This wins. Okay, it's a clumsy analysis. a lot of stuff perhaps left behind the scenes, but it shows really how dangerous Andreikin's position is. Dangerous / bad.
We might like be missing something, but
but that's Sicilian. That's why people play the Berlin. Right, you misplay the Berlin and a catastrophe happens and you are slightly worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, if you have like played quite a few bad moves in a row, right, you end up being slightly worse. It's once again, it's so interesting that it's taken, back then, and I'm kind of old enough to be saying such things like back in my days, that's an old man's favorite phrase, like back in my days, it used to be a lot of chess openings. Yeah. No, I mean, seriously, like what would be Knight of Kasparov was playing the Knight of, so that would be like the pinnacle of chess theory. You had to stay up to date, you had to analyze, I don't know, every other day to recheck the lines and so on. Then for E4, E5, it was a lot of liberty, it was a lot of freedom. So you were kind of allowed to play your own variation of Ruy Lopez. Then it would be your thing, and people preparing against you would be thinking, okay, this guy plays the Archangelsk variation, and this guy plays this and this. now it's so narrowed down to, like, if it's e4, e5, it's the Berlin or the Marshall.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and then today we were surprised. Okay, the guy went for in one of the games, which ended up being Breyer.
Breyer, yes,
right.
yes, yeah.
And it's already like Breyer. It's a legit system, and all of a sudden we are already surprised because he could play the Berlin, he could play the Marshall. In all that is like you have to know everything, and then you'll make a draw. So practically no playable lines left. Because back then it was fine. Okay, you played the Caro-Kann. Maybe you're accepting slightly worse position, but it's playable. There is no such thing as playable nowadays because of, at least on a very high level, right? I mean, for us mere mortals, we can still go. I mean, I don't know what to do. I remember I was already 2600 rated, and then you don't know what to do. Oh, okay, I'll play g6, d6 and figure it out. You know, what they call modern defense nowadays. And you still have like 20 moves of theory even there. So now we have a lot of Sicilians, and quite a few of those might be decisive, yeah. We already have one which black won. Here, Grischuk doing Grischuk thing, by the way.
I didn't even check the clock.
Down to 8 minutes on move 18. That's his usual way of spending time. Right, so I think it's safe to say that we believe 96 is a good move.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't find
the refutation, yes. It's very likely that he will end up playing. And I suggest we quickly look at the other games, because when Grischuk will be on seconds, we will have no choice but to be glued to his game and watch it till the end of the time trouble. Bakrov is Shankland. It's the same pool A. I don't remember what. It was a Sicilian, but a check on b5.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
it was Sicilian and a check on b5. This f4, knight c6 was the bishop on b3. Something that we've discussed. 98, he doesn't go, he even doesn't go to a5. Bishop c2, so white's on time now. Bishop d2, not that obvious of a move. Bishop back to b3, really creative play. And that's why bishop d2 perhaps, so that after knight b5 the bishop...
but how could he guess that...
how could he guess that knight b4 will be played?
Yeah,
that's right. I mean, it could be that it's just a random move. Yeah. So you want to develop the bishop, you choose between bishop e3, bishop d2, and somehow you end up playing bishop d2. But if it was all planned, then it's super clever, of course. And then after a5, I have knight b5, and your knight on b4 is hanging. d5. C takes. If you ask me, c takes is a piece sacrifice. My guess would be that is something wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
with the transmission.
No way.
Let's agree. Yeah, let's agree that something's wrong with the transmission.
It's whole rook also. It's not.
And no threats whatsoever.
No, it's a piece, but yeah.
No, that can't be right.
Okay, we can try to see the position on the board.
Yeah, we can try to see the position on the board. There've been quite a few exchanges. Yeah.
So it's obviously wrong. Bishop.
It's like literally everything is wrong.
I mean, queen is on a7.
Queen is on a7.
That's the first thing. Yeah.
Opa.
Okay.
Okay.
So
all of a sudden, it's updated. So what was happening? Bishop d2. So what was missing? We've missed queen c7 move somewhere earlier. Over here. Queen c7.
Then we were right. We even saw
Queen c7.
It's clever.
Castles and king h1. And after all that, it actually makes sense, right?
Also, he didn't go knight e8.
e5, knight e8. Okay, sorry. now everything's clarified. Everything's clarified. And yeah, so this is the current position. Knight g5 attacking f7, threatening checkmate in 2. This is kind of chess I understand. So let's sum it up. White's upper pawn, it wouldn't be so important, right, if not for the black king being weak. Because I believe, like, queen's off the board, imagine, just like magically disappear. Maybe black is not doing all that bad, right? Because, yeah, b2 is a weakness. Bishop d2 sometimes happen, yeah, with queens. Rook c7, I'm guessing. Or queen, maybe queen e7. If I said that I'm happy to trade the queens, maybe queen e7 is the move. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say that if, let's say, if something like that happens, probably black is not that scared. Bishop d5, I'm not terrified. b3, rook c2, right? If not taking on d5, then what do? Knight e4, even a4.
A4 is threat, kind of.
Yeah. So feels like should be acceptable for black. They've slowed down quite a bit, yeah.
Maybe rook c7 is also fine.
Rook c7, yeah, queen to f2, I guess.
There is also some bishop c5 and then...
Yeah, bishop c5 with the tempo, queen h4.
Or, queen h4.
Yeah, but maybe bishop e7, same. No, it's not exactly the same, sorry. I kind of, yeah, in this line, rook c7, queen f2, I kind of want to play bishop c5 so that the queen is not on the second rank. And then especially after queen h4, I want to play bishop e7 to pin the knight. But there is a little problem to my plan, right? Which is the fact that h7 pawn is hanging. And this is way too ambitious, right? Because I kind of do have a threat of bishop e7, but that feels like way too ambitious.
Maybe even g4.
G4, yeah. I think g4 is just good. Yeah.
Maybe knight f4 I have there, and then bishop e7.
But takes bishop e7. Seriously?
I mean,
it's hard to
probably
hard
not
to believe, yeah. No. Okay. So rook takes, and after bishop e7, if nothing better, knight f7 should be good. Knight f7, bishop takes, take there, take all the pawns. Clearly risk-free for white and some extra pawns, right? So the question would be if white wins or black somehow survives mystically. Anyway, far less clear than Grischuk's game, but feels like it's white who is trying, at least for the time being. Queen c7,
yeah.
Not e7 but c7, yeah, makes sense. So now after queen f2, he'll have a chance to play bishop e7 if he wants. Right. So what? Let's go quicker. Yeah. Hare Krishna and video go finished. Giri and Tabatabaei is the same.
No,
that's the C pool. Yeah, I'm starting to confuse things. So B pool is Rapport and Fedoseev. Right?
And Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna and Vitugov, where we already have the winner, right? And Rapport and Fedoseev. Oof. That was this Nimzo, right? Remember?
Yeah.
Queen c2 was kind of the last moment, right? Then g5. That's certainly something that I was not looking at. And e5, and after h4, g4. Very original. h5. The rook h4 will be played, or possible to play, yeah.
No, this feels very risky for black.
Mm-hmm. And I want to say risky but ambitious, but I don't see, honestly, what's good about Black's position. It's strange because he plays, he plays active moves and so on, but White is so solid.
And would you
White
say
is
that
solid.
generally they have similar style, or because Rapport's style is clear, but
He wants to go forward all the time,
exactly.
sacrifices and so. Fedoseev, he's not necessarily an attacking player. He likes critical positions a lot. So he's ready. I mean, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but I would compare him to Korchnoi's style, I mean, in a way. So that Korchnoi was always trying to play the most principled. Always, you can't say always, but very often, right? So if it would involve sacrificing material, attacking, he would sacrifice. It would involve taking material, getting under attack, hoping to defend. So I've seen Fedoseev doing exactly that as well. So he's a good attacking player, but also like if it's needed to take risks to grab material or go for some strategic, strategically do these decisions to go for the most principled way. He's happy to do that. Okay, so, well, anyway. We'll certainly reach the point where we won't be able to, to follow every move in the game. So let's just stick with the current position. Knight h5, by the way, wins the pawn for now. And
he took the pawn.
Yeah, he took the pawn. Now bishop g4. I mean, it's so sharp. That's a nightmare, by the way, commentating on the games like these guys, because they, while we are switching game to game, they spend time, they calculate, and they create this kind of messy positions, which are very tough to navigate.
No, the first question is what happens on b4?
b4.
Because
attacking the knight, and saying that, if the knight goes, I'll take your bishop on e4. I'll probably capture the bishop, because that's something that I like doing. Then moves like queen g5 comes to mind. There is also an argument that after knight e6, you aren't winning material, strangely. Because rook e4, there is queen c3. Right, knight e4 I can just take. So maybe b4 isn't that great. I was thinking this, but once again, I don't see how it works. For this to work, I need to be capturing on f5 now, and then after knight f5 having something. But it won't be knight f5, I mean, it will be knight e2 check. Yeah, that's exactly this. Exactly this. And if after knight g3 I have to take fg3, then why am I better? I mean, I'm probably worse. I'm probably worse with white.
So he has to move the bishop, maybe?
He has to move the bishop to some square. h4? h4 maybe? f4.
No, f4.
f4 we will take anyway.
Yeah, we will take it.
Anyway, and maybe even play h5.
But bishop h4, then g4 can't be
bishop h4, and g4 can't be protected. Can it be moved forward though?
Bishop, no. Wanted to say bishop h5.
Bishop h5 runs into the same problem. Yeah, that g2 is the thing. So g3, and now if we are ambitious, we are not taking but playing some sort of f3, and once again just look at how crazy this position looks.
Maybe even f4.
No, but f3 is, I mean, if it works, it's
yeah.
strong, because rook g4 is that the bishop cannot go.
Yeah.
The bishop cannot go because rook g4, but once again, like, look at this position. Like this modern studies, when you, unlike the good old days, once again, I'll be talking about good old days, when you have logical everything, the passed pawn, nice maneuvers. Modern studies, looks like someone threw half of the chess set randomly at the board.
Yeah, exactly.
And this position, it might be a modern study, right? Because why the king is on g1, rook on, how the bishop ended up on h4, and so on. Yeah. No, but really after f3, there are problems. Maybe g3 is not even a move. And then if g3 is not a move, then I'm certainly playing bishop h4. But yeah, but you can imagine how confusing it is playing against Fedoseev. I mean, when he's, especially if you're this kind of like, I would describe myself as such a player that some lines, I'm a lazy person, so some lines I'm not calculating because I don't believe it can work, right? And when you end up in this position, the guy takes on h5 and you think, no, come on, but this cannot work. And you're calculating line after line after line, and you cannot find the refutation. And that's, I don't think that's the case with Rapport, so he probably is or was planning something against knight h5, but still, he's down to last 10 minutes and he's not sure what to do. And at least immediately, we couldn't find even like easy option, right? So sometimes it would be, okay, I will look for a better move, but if nothing better, I can play this and I'm safe, or I'm slightly better, or I'm making a draw. Here, every single move, right? Every single move you have to struggle.
So rook h5 is also not.
Right. Yeah, by the way.
It looks like it might be something, but.
Rook h5 combined with b4 maybe. So I'm hinting at like winning material.
But there, knight e6 is possible.
And then again knight e6, and then I take, and after queen takes, I take g4 with something. Bishop g4, for instance. What's that? As I promised, I'm sacrificing every exchange possible to sacrifice, but that's probably nothing special. Rook g5. Yeah, sounds cool. 2 bishops, weak king, but it's not exactly weak. It's not exactly weak. No. So rook takes h5, rook takes h5. If only there was some cool move here. But it's hard to think of any. Yeah, that's like b4, which doesn't work because of knight e6. And what else?
Okay, taking on e4.
Taking on g4, but then rook g5. Yeah. It's like if you take on g4, it's rook g5, and moreover, if you move the bishop, he can sacrifice the exchange back on g3, and black will be perfectly fine. Yeah, so might be one of those games where bishop h4 played. Bishop h4 played. So critical move.
Now we said g3, but that didn't work well because of f3.
g3 f3, right. g3 f3, and well, again, I mean, there is no guarantee that it's not possible to play this. We move rook g4. We take on g4. Yeah, for those wondering why I'm looking at these lines, I've arrived this morning, so didn't have a good sleep. So I will be looking at some. I mean, we'll analyze some lunacy from time to time. But yeah, this. I mean, too many of those. Yeah, like bishop f3. I was still slightly hopeful that like take on f3, take on e3 would work, but knight d5. Way too many good moves for white. Then no, but it's a very important, like kind of very important question if g3 works or not, because if it doesn't, then we kind of lose g4 pawn for.
Yeah, he can play knight f6.
Nothing. Knight f6, and then.
Now the question is whether white wants to take.
Take on f6, take on g4, right?
No, there is b4.
There is b4 now, interestingly, right? So the bishop on e4 is protected. That's why I play b4.
Yeah.
Before that, it would be like winning a piece for me, but I didn't want to. Now I can play. Yeah, but now knight d7, and then bishop f6 I can take with the knight.
Yeah, but there is knight e4, then g4 is hanging.
Yeah, agreed.
I would say white has.
Still, there is a feeling
I
like
feel
there should
something is
be.
good for
Yeah.
white, yeah.
Yeah, same thing. So I can easily see white spending all the time in search for
Yeah.
for winning move and then not finding it. There is bishop f3 as well. I mean, it was like a little bit clowny attempt to play tactic for the sake of tactic and not give the g4 pawn away.
Okay, that's actually an interesting move. I mean, maybe that's his idea.
Yeah, could be. So pawn takes, g. I mean g3 if I want to be modest, g4 if I want to be like less modest. But g4 doesn't have any threats, right? To an extent that I can play knight e6, perhaps. It's a crazy position.
I mean, instead of taking on f3, there should be something maybe.
Bishop f3 and then something for white, yeah.
I wanted to say rook g4, but
Yeah, I was even
not
thinking
sure.
rook g4, queen g4, bishop f3, right?
no, it's not an it's an exchange. Yeah, it's an exchange.
If you go to g6, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it feels very dangerous for. Yeah, they played something.
Bishop f3 and rook g4 is on the board. Bravo. Bravo. But that's very Rapport-y move.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly how you expect Richard Rapport to play chess. Yeah, find those rook g4 moves. Really nice.
No, actually, if I saw this game, I wouldn't be able to guess if Rapport is white or black because it also looks like he might be from the black side as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like lift the rook to f5,
Yes.
take some not very tasty pawn on h5.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
also him. That's why the games between those two are very
interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so that's Rapport and Fedoseev. We are only done with pool B. Yeah, then pool C we have Giri and Tabatabaei. Oof, something has just
H6
drastically changed. The h6 was the last move. Knight e5, rook b4, a5, queen h4, rook d8, and queen e7, and so on and so on. That's the current position. Knight d7 being the last move. Material still equal. Somehow feels like white sort of makes progress. Because this annoying pressure on the b file is still there, right? It's still there, and no more any kind of kingside initiative. Like
Maybe it was better for white to like play something more solid. I instead of this king h2, maybe bishop e3, 17th.
17th.
Somehow it feels like, I mean, if he manages to stabilize it, he would be better.
b3, right. So if takes, even
B6,
take with the pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe if we take with the pawn as white, then he'll play b6.
Okay, tough to say.
No, yeah, it's like maybe he's fine with how it looks. Maybe he's fine with how it looks because, yeah, now I imagine if somehow queens are coming off, white's very happy because this b7 always gonna be weak, some knight a4 even. Even after that, yeah, queen e7, okay, good and all, but if I do this, I know it's not the move you you want to play. Like seemingly the knight goes in the wrong direction, right?
Yeah.
You want to e4 to d5, but it still applies quite a bit of pressure.
There's rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5 after knight a4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Rook f5 and say queen c4. I'm not sure how serious am I about capturing on b6 now, because knight b6, knight b6. Yeah. My guess would be, once again, that it's holdable for black, but very hard in a practical game, especially like being somewhat low on time. What black wants, if I ask you this way? e5, not necessarily, right? e5, f5, and then knight goes to e4. To pressure on f4 sounds fun, but how do you do it? Right? You need c6, bishop to c7, and somehow not to lose the b7 pawn in the process.
No, also bishop on b6 looks good, but it's not doing much.
It's not doing much anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's maybe why he
exactly.
Anish Giri, went king h2 f4. So, yeah, I just think that, but it's more pleasant for sure. More pleasant for sure, maybe even more than that. And who else is in this group? Shirov, right? FIDE with Shirov, of course. Oof. He did go for long castle.
And white didn't go for f4.
White went for knight c4, planning bishop e3 perhaps. Queen e6, now white goes b3. Takes, knight takes b3. Check and check. Whoa. This is something crazy. Bishop c4, queen e8. Takes here and rook g8. So maybe it makes sense to count the pieces. Right?
Yeah, so
White is a piece up. Shirov is down to less than 2 minutes. Rook g8. Well, it is quite a bit of a threat. A speculation, a guess that calculated all that, was relying on e3, missed queen g3. As a as a guess.
very, very possible.
Or the other version, it is just good position for black. Can this be?
Okay, now e3 is a threat.
Yeah, now e3 is certainly a threat.
Let's say rook fe1.
Rook fe1. Right. Queen b5? Question mark. Attacking both guys.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, yeah. I was actually looking to start with knight c4, but the inclusion of rook e1, queen b5 is probably in white's favor. Yeah. Taking back my theory of black having a good position. Apparently not. Yeah, knight c4 also seems to work.
C4, yeah.
Like I'm stopping this for now. If you take f3, I guess I just take the rook. Just take the rook. Because rook g2, it's not even a perpetual, right? Queen e3, queen f2, and I have king h1. Or queen g3 and king h1, yeah, the bishop on b7 is king.
Yes.
No, that's too much. Yeah.
No, it's very possible he missed queen g3.
Like miss queen g3 originally. Right. Rook g8. Yeah, but rook e1 is also feels like a nice move. The thing is, like after rook e1, maybe f5 to have rook g6 could be one of those positions
rook
where,
g6,
like white is much better / winning objectively, but it's Shirov. The position is complex. Some chances for an attack.
He's also down to 1 minute. So.
It worked for Shirov, used to work for Shirov very well. It's just that these younger guys, they don't seem to be afraid of anything. Yeah, Shirov's down to less than 2 minutes. It's Vidit who has the time keys to move now. Right, and very often that's the moment when you spend a lot of it, just trying to be super precise, super safe. I just realized that EF3 is not big of a deal because G3, I mean, if anything, right? So E3 is something that I really have to care about.
No, Rook F1 feels very, very natural.
Rook F1, yeah, and then
I don't know
let's presume F5, yeah. Even this, it's hard to believe.
There's some Queen C5 also. Rook C6, Queen E5.
Oof, that's beautiful. This,
I'm not sure if it's good,
Rook
but
C6
it's
and
nice.
Queen E5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's a check. Okay, this has to be good.
Yeah.
This has to be good. Check and then knight takes queen. Right, simplifying. White certainly wouldn't mind trading the queens off.
So maybe we should move.
Yeah, we will. Just a second. Thought about something really crazy. No, but that's too much. Yeah.
What about bishop e4? I mean, what was the...
What was the point?
Yeah.
There was no point. Just,
No,
just
actually
to take
here-
and play at G3
yes,
and say
so-
that I'm super safe. No, what somewhat bothered me is Queen e4, because now G3 cannot be played. But Rook A, yeah, I mean, Rook A2 is already, you feel like you're doing it wrong, right? If you
Rook A2,
A2, Rook B6. Yeah, okay, at least I'm able to show some funny line. Rook A2, Rook takes B6, if Queen takes B6. The bishop is pinned, but it's still protecting the queen, right? So Rook G2, and it's a checkmate. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. It does look like white should be winning objectively, but has to be a little bit careful. That was pool C, and then in pool D we have MVL with Predke, which is a draw. Not yet,
Not
but,
yet,
but the game, yeah. By the way, there is this 30 moves restriction, so they cannot agree a draw before move 30.
Okay.
So it's actually move 36 or something. I don't know why is it in progress, this one. Because it's up. He's up a pawn.
Yes.
I've seen the rooks. I've seen three versus three on the king's side.
No, I was also like, how did you understand that quickly? That it's that easy draw.
No,
yeah.
it's not a draw at all. I mean, it might be a draw, but, but the C pawn, actually gives a very serious chance. And yeah, me not being able to count how many pawns each side has, it's a confirmation of my late arrival. There was, I think it was an instructive endgame. Gelfand won against Grischuk, and once again, I will be only referring to the games that were played in Grand Prix. But this was a long time ago, I believe 2014 or something, a Grand Prix in Baku, and it was with colors reversed, but exactly like 3 versus 3 and an extra C pawn, and somehow he won in an interesting way. F4 something. Anyway, let's move 37. It's a rook endgame, so no catastrophe will happen. Yeah, next 3 moves. They will reach to move 40. They'll get an increment, and we will have
all time of the world.
Yeah, we'll have all time in the world. Speaking of rook endgames with extra pawn.
I know, but now
maybe this we can declare.
Draw.
It is a draw. Okay, because it's black to move. So. So you see, I was right. There is a draw in the rook, and I picked the wrong game. Okay, so we have one more. we have one
No,
more
actually,
result.
I always, when I see that they make draw before black captures a pawn, I always get a bit like, why they didn't make after he took the pawn, you know. Aesthetically, it's a bit weird. Just make draw after, you know, you take the pawn.
Yeah. So, well, apparently he took on a7,
And
offered the draw.
Yes,
Offered the draw,
yes,
right.
yes. But just wait
But
for everything to
I'm
be
with you on
equally,
this one.
you know.
I'm with you on this one. So I would, let's say, we both understand it's a draw.
Yeah.
I would take on a7, not offering
A draw, yeah.
because technically my opponent can make a mistake here.
Yes,
if he forgets to take the pawn, I will protect it. Maybe I will not win, but I will be a pawn up. Yeah, agreed. So those people are strange people who make draws like this, but that's, I mean, the game itself is perfectly fine. Yeah. Remember, we were talking that white is slightly better, but apparently it wasn't enough. Yeah. Okay, and back to Grischuk and Andreikin, okay?
Oh, this was a mess.
Queen, extra queen, what happened? Knight takes e6 played. Grischuk is in 1 minute, by the way. Queen to a5. We guessed it right. Knight d5, bishop d8. Bishop h6. Queen e1. But queen e1 is not necessarily this. Wait a second. It's a beautiful combination by Andreikin because queen takes h6, bishop d5, and this is a pin.
It's very possible that it was missed.
I mean, it's very easy to miss because, look, but that's Andreikin we are talking about. That's an incredible guy. I'm still not sure if it works, but just imagine. I mean, when you were taught chess and then someone tells you combination, you think of white moves in this position.
Yeah, exactly.
Knight e6, knight d5, sacrificing. And it turns out like, if this is winning, that's genius. I mean, you win the game with bishop d8 and then knight takes h6 and this ugly moves, kind of, right? Bishop d8, but very, very concrete. The knight on e6 is hanging here. Queen takes e1. Bishop e6. Not that white has too many squares. Queen e3 forced. I think if it works, what's cool about this, that with white, especially from afar, how do you calculate queen takes e1 line? You calculate queen e1, rook e1. End of the line. The rook is protected. He cannot take the rook. I think, okay, bishop e6, fair enough, yes. And you check if queen is trapped or not. Okay, it's not trapped.
Yeah, but somehow it really does feel that dangerous for white.
Here, yes, I would agree. Like, if we reach this position, yes. But once again, from afar, when we were taking on e6, to tell that this file, I mean, will play a role, and there'll be a pin on the e file. The e file is almost completely blocked. There's something missing on e2, so there will be a row of pieces. And yet, in 6 moves, there is a pin on the e file, and he captured on h6. He could have taken on. Oh, wait a sec. No, this is no good, right? I thought like take on d5, take on e1. No, take on h6 first. Yeah, take on h6 is better. Bishop e2 and knight g7. Wait a sec.
So white has a queen, black has rook and
two
pieces,
minor pieces, right? So if black consolidates, he's very happy. And my beautiful theory falls apart because black just played knight g7, or maybe it doesn't fall apart. I thought now, finally, I can breathe freely, I can take the knight. But then another tactical trick from Andreikin, I presume, because now it's again the pin on the e file, rook c2,
and this just
you can't protect.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible.
He played rook f1. Rook
F1. But now, yeah, now you just go knight F7. Maybe you don't win immediately, but it's got to be a winning position simply on material.
Right. No, it's really very impressive.
So that's what? That's queen and the pawn against, against rook and two minor pieces. So maybe if white switches to defense, maybe he can put up a long fight, right? Because the pieces are not ideal and so on, but sooner or later, it's 3 pieces against 1. It doesn't matter the value,
of course.
right? At some point, it doesn't matter the value. It's like, you have a weakness, I have 3 pieces, I concentrate all 3 on it, and I'll take it one by one. So it's got to be winning. I think he just played knight F7 it is, knight F7 it is.
Also white bishop on e2, let's say if he had some other piece, like
bishop on c3,
bishop on
right?
c3, yes. I mean, then we would say
then
yes,
we
the
would
chances,
talk, Knight F6, makes sense. At least create some problems. But then now,
knight F6 was, I think, a good.
Good practical decision, right? But then still, white is no longer kind of playing the game. He's waiting for black to find all the moves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if black plays, what I'm trying to say, if black plays all the correct moves, white has no business of creating any counterplay, right? Can imagine, rook c5, rook e5, bishop d7, bishop c6, attack e4, 10 times, right? Rook e8 goes to e7. I mean, you almost can feel that black can do anything, and white should look for a sudden chance. So I think, that'd be another win with black. It's actually, black wins a lot of games today. A lot being 1 for the time being, right? But
So which one would be the next?
Pakro. What's that? Knight on g5 again. Here it is utterly confusing. Is black ever playing for a win here? Bishop g5, he'll take with the pawn or something. Because I thought, bishop g5, queen g5, I'll just take b2 and say that I'm better with black and probably be right. Have no reasons to be worried about the king anymore. Not enough white pieces, and black's very active. So I presume bishop g5 he's planning to take with the pawn and then press on f7.
It doesn't seem
but still,
convincing. Just rook c7, let's say.
Not very convincing, c7, well, probably b3 at least to get rid of those pawns, right? The feeling is that black shouldn't have any problem. Maybe to play for a win with black is a little bit too much, but black shouldn't have any problem.
King g8.
King g8. Okay, keeping the tension. So now, it's only logical. Now if I attack h7, then black takes, and he's got full tempo up in this line, with f7 already being protected. So well played by Sam. Well played by Sam. Hare Krishna and video go finished. So did Yu Yang Yi. I mean, Vachier's still playing, right? Giri and Tabatabaei. Changed a lot as well. Iranian player is in the time trouble. And suddenly moved 30. And it needs an extra pawn for Anish as well. And all the pieces very active. I think it's safe to say that Anish is winning. Knight c5. Just take it, right? And bishop c3. How's he?
Bishop c3.
How's he not lost? Bishop c3, bishop d4, rook d7, right?
I
think it's just the game. bishop c3, queen h6 being a threat, along with bishop g7 or rook g7, whatever. So bishop d4 is probably what he's relying on. And then rook d7 seems convincing enough to me.
So it will finish like this, probably?
Can take with the rook, not to calculate. I mean, in this case, I mean, probably he wins with bishop d4 and so on.
No, bishop d4 and bishop g1, yeah. It's
Yeah. But I mean, I wouldn't be. I'm a lazy guy. I would take with the rook. Yeah. So Anish is winning.
So he took. Oh, he took. No.
He's thinking. So why is he thinking? Rook d7 to start with, maybe as an alternative.
Meanwhile, I think Vidit finished.
Vidit and Shirov, we can see on a camera view that Vidit and Shirov have finished, and yeah. If bishop h7 is the last move, then it apparently means that Vidit won. Yes, getting confirmation on this. How many games left? I mean, it's a little bit confusing. Grischuk and Andreikin kind of decided what will go on, right? Bakenkro, Shankland will go on. Hare Krishna lost to Vityugov. Here it's just, it's a discussion, but it's already confirmed. Vidit has won.
What's happening in Rapport Fedoseev?
Rapport Fedoseev, you're absolutely right.
For a long time.
And it looks like absolutely different game. Rook g4, queen g4, bishop f3. And Fedoseev decided to give back the exchange. Material equal. Now it no longer looks like being too good for black. Knight b3, at least stopping b4, right? Bishop g3. Of course, much better structure for white. And knight takes g3, king g3. And all of a sudden we might have some flashbacks, because this was the material, rooks and knights. I mean, it was the symmetrical structure, but the rooks and knights was the material in this very important last game, which Rapport won with black against Fedoseev to secure the tiebreak, to win the tiebreak against Wojtaszek, to go to the semi-final. Right? It looked like vast majority of the game, it looked like Fedoseev is in control. If anything, he will make a draw, and then all of a sudden he lost. Yeah. Okay. Rook g6. Is it a pawn?
Rook.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. Rook takes.
Oh no, there is knight f4. Yeah, I guess.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks so weird.
Wow. I mean, that's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Knight f4, and that's Fedoseev actually. I mean, he loves these tricks. He loves these tricks.
Rook g6 wouldn't even come to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem with such things, I mean, I would still blunder, but you know, when d6 was hanging and rook g6 seemingly doesn't help at all.
Yeah.
You kind of suspect something's wrong, right? You're playing with someone 2700 rated, and he gives the pawn away for free. Curiously though, what's the alternative? Okay, rook d6 doesn't work. What's the alternative? Go with the king somewhere? Maybe. Knight takes, knight takes. I still feel like it's better for white, or maybe even much better.
Yeah.
We'll see. Move 34, right? Quickly check MVL. That's move 40. Reach the time control. Yuan Giza draw. Vidit won. Giri.
Did what?
Well, what? Anish. Anish,
No, we might be
are
missing
you joking? What missing? Bishop c3, we attack.
two things.
Two
H6,
things.
G7.
H6 thingy and G7 thingy. So this is exactly what I would describe as a serious threat.
No
Bishop
way,
d4
no way.
seems to is like good old Danish back, the one that would, I don't know, for some reason go to an endgame and play it for 5 hours, where he could. Okay, no, but let's be serious. Bishop d4, rook d7. Is there any? I can't think of anything. Come on, bishop c3 is not serious, right?
Wait.
No. Just no. Like pin the rook, I was thinking, but no, I mean, this is not possible.
Yeah, it's very strange.
If you want some funny things, queen c8. I wanted queen h6, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work because this is not a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
It's only perpetual. No, but it doesn't make sense. No, come on. I mean, he was completely winning. He probably still is completely winning. But that's a mystery.
No.
No, seriously, it's a mystery in a way that you obviously see rook d7 because you just played it, right?
Yes, that's
yeah,
the first move
that's. But bishop c3 is kind of striking, right? Bishop c3, very strong threat. Really surprised. Okay. He's still winning. He'll be 2 pawns up, right? But
can you just go once more to this?
to this
Bishop
position.
c3 moment, just for. I just can't believe, so I just want to check it.
Bishop c3. Rook g8, a reminder, friendly reminder that rook g8 doesn't work. Bishop g7 is a checkmate. Queen h6 is a checkmate as well.
Bishop g1 doesn't.
Yeah, bishop g1. I'll
Even
take.
king h1. Yeah.
Yeah, king h1 is good enough. So really a mystery.
Really weird.
So perhaps just you know, kind of. It's not like he's not winning.
No, but
He'll probably win. No, I think he has like everything calculated maybe, and then just some sort of g5 check, king g3, and then coming with the king probably wins. But still, arguably this bishop c3 was a little bit cleaner, kind of winning in 2 moves instead of 20 moves. Anyway, any win counts. So Anish is very likely to start as the leader in Group C, or co-leader in Group C. What's the other result? I'm confused.
Giri.
Vidit. He's in the same group with Vidit, so Vidit has won against Shiro.
So they're leading.
Almost
now,
no draws. Theodora, almost no draws. That's because we are in Belgrade.
Yes.
People love playing fighting chess in Belgrade. Yeah, I was actually right about this king running to nothing. I think just king gets to h5, g6, he wins. So after all.
Yeah, but still very, very strange.
Yeah,
very
I
strange.
mean,
It's not.
It's either we are blind and there is like some obvious refutation, or he.
At least one of us would see.
Yeah, I mean, usually the thing with such, or rather explanation of such blindness, that maybe for him, he decided that it's too easy after rook d3, after rook d7. So, rook d7 came first. He considered this endgame. He thought it's easily winning, but still, bishop c3 would finish the game in a couple of minutes. Fedoseev and Rapport finished. Rapport and Fedoseev.
Draw. Interesting.
Interesting. So king h3, knight a5. That's why the knight went to b3. That's a funny move to play, knight a5. Rook c1 and c5. It's, you know, it's a little bit awkward, but this knight on a5, it actually does annoy you a lot. b4, knight c6, and then Richard captured here, offered the draw. Fair enough, because now the c pawn is actually weak. Anytime, right? Anytime knight a5.
Yeah, but still it feels like very early.
Very early to agree a draw. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just that it's no longer, I want to say, it's no longer that comfortable for white.
Yeah.
So maybe he panicked a little bit. We can see from the time display, right? So the last couple of moves were made like pretty much on increment.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe Rapport was looking for some, I don't know, forcing line, decided against it, and then sometimes one just gets upset with himself. Like I had a comfortable advantage, no counterplay whatsoever. Now I feel like I'm losing it. The advantage is gone, so I will offer a draw, and the other guy has no reasons to decline because the position is still is still not very pleasant. So we are running out of games slowly but surely. So what do we have? MVL still in progress. That'll be
probably the longest,
relatively long one. Even though I don't quite understand if now why does something like G5. How do you play this one for a win? Like nailing the king to f7. So okay, we'll have all the time in the world to analyze this rook endgame. So it's this. Vachier with Shankland is in progress, by the way, and still. No, they've reached move 40. Vachier with Shankland. Quite a bit of change.
So
knight b4. He wants this a2 pawn. He wants this a2 pawn. Could it be that white actually is in a serious trouble, or it's a little bit too much to expect? Bishop f3, maybe. Yeah.
And then rook a5. No, wait.
Yeah, bishop f3 to have rook a5, because to start with rook a5, I'm afraid of rook c1. Then I might be having some issues, like on a first rank. So I thought we go with bishop f3. When the knight takes, we go rook a5. The question is where it leads. Rook b3, bishop d5. I might as well lose this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as harmless for black.
So bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3, I certainly like the move.
What about rook c2?
Yeah, rook c2. I probably still do this. Black takes, right, and maybe rook a7 for now. Trying to keep this guy alive, at least for the time being. Because with this rook behind, it's very knight c2. Regrettably, cannot leave the first rank. I want to go rook e7, but rook a1 is somewhat a sobering move. c1 maybe.
Rook b2.
Rook b2, and want to play a2 a1. Fair enough. Very confusing. Very, very confusing. But again, it's move 41, so this will go on.
And just to check, Yulian Medjarov, what happens there?
Is a draw. It's a draw already. Remember?
Yeah.
That's the game that we were discussing.
Yes,
Take on b3, then agree.
So then we have only two games.
We have Vachier, then pool C finished.
Okay.
Pool B finished, right? Vachier with Shankland and Grischuk with Andreikin. So 3 games. 3 games. Grischuk with
No,
Andreikin.
Grischuk lost. Grischuk lost already.
Grischuk
he
has
lost,
already
yeah.
lost. Sorry, so I didn't
Yeah.
pay that. Yeah, he didn't make it out of time control. So this is finished. So we only have 2 games. But Grove with Shankland and this rook endgame with an extra pawn. Both reaching move 41. In both games. Yeah, it's actually a technical question. Why they do this to players? Look, we know it's move 41, and poor players, they think they're on seconds. So in order for half an hour to be added to your clock, you kind of have to lose on time.
Yeah, so what is your opinion on that? Because
I don't know.
it's a very, I think, famous discussion.
It's a famous discussion. Yeah. My opinion is like standardize it this way or another.
Or another way, yeah.
Because to have both is confusing.
Very, very confusing, yes.
This, in a way, kind of pays tribute to good old times. Like when we had mechanical clock, when we sometimes would not be, there was no increment, right? Sometimes you would not be able to keep up with writing, so you would be making those marks, and then it would be your guess. Did I make move 40 or not, right? I mean, because,
exactly.
I mean, obviously you are marking something, but you can easily be wrong, and I remember, like, so sometimes you would play, literally, you don't know how many moves. You would play as many moves as possible until someone's flag falls.
Yeah.
And then later on you would discover that you played like 45 moves or something like that. So maybe that there is such logic.
I don't think that's the...
But now with players required to keep up the score sheet with 30 seconds increment, it's just doesn't make sense, right? So now it shows, for instance, Vachier lost on time, he didn't lose on time.
Yeah.
He just getting an increment.
It's also very stressful for, let's say, my parents when they watch my games and when it's the same situation, let's say.
And they don't know what move is this.
Yes, and they completely get a heart attack. It's very stressful.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. For your teammates, you play in a team event, and or I don't know, or your captain is watching your team event, and like 10 seconds, and you are sitting like, okay, because you know it's 40 moves, but your captain might not. Yeah, so it's a little bit confusing when it's done both ways. So I would be in a camp that we don't need this extra stress for the players. The clock can count the moves itself. So when it's 40 moves, please at the time that I'm supposed to be getting after 40 moves. Anyway, well, we know Vachier is actually not nervous a slight bit. So he knows it's move 40 or 41, that is.
Okay, when there is a broadcast, if you can see it in the playing hall, let's say on some screen, then it makes it much more easier.
Because it shows the last move, absolutely. It shows the last move with the numbers. So for instance, it would say move 41 for black, night before was the last move played. All right, so here we actually did speculate a little what to do, right? So we think, or I was thinking bishop f3 was clever, then you surprised me with this rook c2, I don't know what's now.
Like if bishop can come to c4, that would be great.
To go bishop e2 instead of bishop f3.
That's interesting.
But the problem with bishop f3, with bishop e2, it's a little bit strange concept, but I'm capturing rook a5, rook a8. Can I do this?
Bishop c4?
You go bishop c4 here, not rook a5. Bishop c4, okay, whatever, knight goes somewhere to b4. I mean, this a pawn will be dangerous, right? Same as maybe f7 pawn. Now we are coming to a discussion which one is more dangerous. Right? So with bishop f3, I was originally hoping to get rid of the a pawn and say that I'm a pawn up, but not sure at all. So this is one that Vachier will be thinking. And the other game is Vachier with Predke. Once again, something's wrong with the clock display. But this is very, very likely a draw. Seriously.
Is there some way black can push?
Yeah, for some reason I said like play g5. Maybe you don't need to play g5. Maybe you don't need to do anything. You just stand, king e3, and so on, right? I don't think so. I think it's just a draw again.
Oh, the rook endgames are very confusing for me.
He actually goes h5. h5. I guess that's what the black has to do.
Okay, now king has squares, like f6.
Yeah, f6 and e6 and what's then, right?
Okay, so question is, should black try to push the c pawn, and until which point? Let's say move the rook on c2, 1, something. And then...
Yeah, maybe, sorry to interrupt, like maybe we should start logical analysis of this. Like what happens if black gets the pawn to c2?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, is it winning? Is it a draw? Because sometimes it kind of makes life easier. So let's pretend white does absolutely nothing, right? And those moves are like really not very clever moves for white, yeah? But let's pretend black managed to do this. Is he winning now? Probably not, I want to say. Or maybe he is. We continue doing nothing, right? It doesn't, by the way, yeah, it doesn't make sense to try to cut the king, right? Because it prolongs, but it will never work. King d8, and then you will have to choose. You
can also go rook king g7.
Yeah, king g7, I thought rook c6, and actually I'm kind of stopping it for a little bit. No, I think via 8th rank, let's say white is cooperating, and you go here, and I don't know, go here. After this move, I do this, right? But this I might lose somehow, yeah? Like king g4, and then some, I don't know, some f5.
No, it's already.
It's getting really meh. It actually wins, right?
Yeah.
It wins one of the pawns.
Okay, we probably did all the mistakes.
Yeah, of course. I shouldn't be waiting for all that, and at the very least, it was possible to attack the h pawn when the c pawn moved, right?
But I feel like h5 is. It feels weird. I don't know. Like, what would black do, for example, after g5? It looks.
Yeah, so same question for me, but like I don't quite understand.
Maybe h5.
h5 to keep it alive, and then let's say hope for white to stand still to get the pawn to c2, and somehow. Wait a second. You get the pawn to c2, you go to g4, and it's still a draw. I don't know why.
How did you understand?
I don't know why. Let me. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I know this, and if what I know is correct. But I think, yeah, once again, guys at home, do not pay attention to the moves that I'm making. I just want to get to some specific position, right? Because I believe this is a theoretical draw, because I just don't care.
Yeah.
I just don't care if you take a 4. No, wait a second. But then you kind of snuck in here.
And then
right?
rook c4. Right?
So exactly. I don't care that you take a 4 by going rook c4, so that after this I have a 5 check. And this is a draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw because you can't really, strangely,
Okay,
you can't really improve.
Yeah.
You can't really improve.
But can I try to, no. I mean, I will probably have to give the c pawn and try to play
to win
this
the
h4.
h pawn.
Yeah, that's might be dangerous actually. I don't know.
I mean, it's got to be a draw. I mean, it can be tricky. It can be.
Yeah.
No. But as far as I know, it's a draw. So this is a draw, right? I was surprised when I think Aronian told me that. But, I mean, the usual position, like king on g7, white pawn on g3, pawn was on a2, which doesn't make any difference. Yeah. And he says, do you know that this two extra pawns is a draw? I had no idea back then. And it turns out, yes. So to kind of defend h5 move a little bit, what I want to say that now it's f and h pawns, so you have an extra layer of safety. You can lose this two, but take this one, and then it will be a draw most of the time. And nobody in the world knows how to make a draw. Okay, I mean, these guys know. These guys know.
Yeah.
All right, but anyway, my point is that these two games, they will last for long, right?
Yeah.
Players got an increment, and commentators got slightly tired with all those decided games today. I mean, it's been. I'm a little bit disappointed we've missed a couple of these sharp moments.
Exactly.
Absolutely fantastic calculation by Andreikin, we have to agree.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, still remains to be seen if all was correct, but please double check, guys. Okay, so 2 games still in progress. That means we will be back after some break. So coffee needed and other necessities. Don't go away too far. We will be back shortly.
See you.
We're joined by Vanja Udovičić, the Minister of Sport in the government of Serbia. Sir, thank you very much for coming and opening this event here in Belgrade. This is the first time Serbia is hosting such a big chess event in 30 years. What does this mean for your country?
I can say that we are honored, really, to having opportunity after 3 decades to organize this level of the international chess competition and to host the best 16 players in Belgrade. And this is huge opportunity for young chess players in Serbia to watch the top players, to learn from their moves, to get experience, to be part of the huge event for Serbia. And for us, like a country, this is the huge push to develop chess in Serbia in another way. For the next step, this is the huge advantage, and this kind of the events is something that means a lot of us. And I'm sure that all those players will feel the Serbian hospitality, and that they will feel that Serbian people loves and live for the sports, and that Serbia and the Belgrade is the city and the country of sports.
I've heard that here, apparently everyone knows how to play chess. That's the story, that here everyone plays chess. Is that really true, that in this country everyone plays chess?
Kind of. I'm not the chess player, and I'm terrible in that, I can be honest. For example, all house has the chess board, and every parents try to learn their kids to play chess, and this is kind of in our tradition. We have the lesson in the school like a chess, and this is one of the unique countries in the world that we have that program, curriculum in the schools. And for that reason, the chess is very deeply inside of our tradition. And we had amazing chess players in the past. And I'm sure that those competitions and these tours will have opportunity to born those legendary chess players in Serbia. And to be short, to answer short on your question, yes, everyone knows how to play. Someone is talented, another one is not, but every house now has the chessboard and we know how to play.
And just one final question. I was privy to a conversation between you and Nigel Short earlier, where you asked him, does he dream about chess? Now, obviously, you were one of the most famous world water polo players for years, and Serbia is a gold medalist in that. Do you still dream of water polo? Is it difficult to forget it?
No, now I'm dreaming something else because of my position in the government. But why ask Nigel? Because I read that the chess players dreaming about the moves, dreaming about the competitions, and those fights that they have, those historical fights, and he's one of the best, in that group, and we are honored to host all people from International Chess Organization and to host them. And for that reason, that was like a sports question, how they're dreaming, how they're living, and how the ex-chess players living today.
We have with us Mrs. Alisa Maric, one of the greatest Serbian and Yugoslav chess players, the former candidate for the World Championship in 1990. Mrs. Maric, thank you very much for joining us. This is the first time Belgrade is hosting such a big event after 30 years. How important is this event for Serbia and Belgrade?
Yes, I'm very glad that this big FIDE event is taking place here in Belgrade and that we have the opportunity to watch the top players, 16 of them, here in Belgrade. There is quite a while that we didn't have such a big events, and Belgrade and Serbia used to host so many big events, and all the great chess players used to come to our country and to feel good and to play good chess. So now I hope it will be back again and we will enjoy the tournament FIDE Grand Prix.
Here we heard this evening that it's said that Serbia and Yugoslavia, this is obviously the capital of former Yugoslavia, Belgrade, that this is a big chess nation. How many people play chess here, and is it really that popular? Does everyone really play chess here?
Yes, well, it's not that everybody plays chess, but everybody knows about chess. They can tell you big chess names, and they know the rules, know how pieces go, and you can comment about chess with many people. It's not like they don't know anything about it. That is that has always been like that in Serbia, and it still is. So this event will bring even more publicity that was missing in the previous period, and people will come and will look in the venue or through the internet, so it will be followed by our spectators, and I think many young players from Serbia will enjoy and maybe improve by watching and seeing such a players.
And finally, this event is obviously a very big part of the World Championship cycle. What is your opinion of the players? What kind of games do you expect here? What do you expect from the tournament here, which is going to be played in Belgrade, and generally of the Grand Prix cycle? Do you have a favorite?
Well, to be honest, there are many new young players that I don't know much about, and they have their chance on this tournament and in this world cycle. So I don't think it can be a clear winner that we can predict who will win at the end. So I think that there will be really tough games, that they will really fight strongly for the first place, and I can really not tell who is going to be winner at the end of FIDE Grand Prix.
Just one more question, sorry, just final. When will we have a woman world champion in chess, in your opinion?
Where in?
Globally, like after Carlsen, obviously, we'll have someone else, but when do you think a woman will become world champion in chess? Do you think that will happen?
In all category, you know, mid-ups, yes. It's a difficult question. Well, problem is that women don't play so much chess as men, and we always have this big difference in, for example, number of players. So first, it should be equal at that point. So then we can think about having a really strong woman player that will be an absolute champion. Okay, it could be Judith Polgar is an example that women can be really, really strong, but we need much more players like her.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maric. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back everybody. It's the first round of the second Grand Prix. We are here in Belgrade, right? And as much as I like to admit my own mistakes, it's not my fault that we have 3 games, not 2 games left. Yeah, we've completely forgotten about, now we actually have 2. Right, but we've completely forgotten about Anish Giri still playing his game against Tabatabaei, because we thought he could have won and probably should have won a long time ago.
So
Anish's game finished? Yeah, Anish's game is still in progress. Bakro draw with Shankland. Bakro makes draw with Shankland, and we can quickly go through these moves. After knight b4, we tried bishop e2, bishop c4. We tried bishop f3. Bishop g4 was what Etienne has played.
Okay,
went to e6, similar in a way. Yeah, rook a5, rook b2, rook takes a3, a fork, rook goes to e1, knight e1, rook e1, and a draw agreed. Yeah, which makes sense, right? Because if white puts the bishop on c4, black can't really win this. Black can't really win this, and if black is any scared, he can take on b3, on b3 immediately. Right, so this is out of the way. In this group, in A group, in A pool, Andreikin is the sole leader after beating Grischuk with black. The other game finished in a draw. Right, B pool, just double checking. Vityugov is the sole leader, winning with black, and the other game being a draw, right? Rapport and Fedoseev. Pool C, Vidit wins against Shirov, and Giri is still playing, possibly winning, but that's not guaranteed. Yeah. We do not take any responsibility for Giri actions. And in the D group, Yu Yangyi and Mamedyarov made the draw already, and MVL is still playing against Predke. Interestingly, after h5, the move that we thought black should meet with the capture, instead, black went king g7, king g6, trying to create perhaps some space for the king. Rook d7, quite possibly a clever move to have a check on d6 in case h5 happens or something like this. Rook c1, check, and just waiting. c5, rook behind the passed pawn. I think it's quite a safe way of achieving a draw. So if the pawn goes further, perhaps g5 is good enough. I always want to say that g5 is good enough in these cases, because this pawn you won't be able to win, right? c3, and here finally I think white can wait. c2, put the rook to c5, and then just wait with king h2, king g2, and so on. You can't really lose, right? King to g4, king to like e3. I will be giving checks. Yeah, probably a draw.
And it's weird that he didn't take on h5. But
yeah, it's not kind of not guaranteed that he would have won or even have chances, but this looks even more drawish than the other version. So we are left with this and with Giri. And Giri, okay, I mean here I don't think it's much to discuss, right? They'll play, black will try to find chances. We believe it's a draw. Giri, though, interestingly, at first I thought, like, white just wins. White just wins.
It'll just finish it.
But, yes, somehow, rook d2, rook a8, bishop c5, avoiding the check on the 7th rank, which probably would have been deadly. King h5, g6 is a threat. The only way to stop it is to pin. h4. What's h4? Some clever Zugzwang or... When looking at such things, I mean, one notices that, you know, the king is already stalemated. So it's just the question is to get rid of the rest of the pieces. But yeah, bishop is usually not an easy piece to get rid from, right? I mean, if we are talking about some stalemate ideas, we can hope to sacrifice the pawns somehow, but the bishop will. Okay.
It should be lost for black.
It should be lost, right?
Difficult to find a move.
Bishop b6. Okay, let's figure out what happens if white gets to the 7th rank, right? Like say black plays bishop b6, rook goes here. I probably go back to d4, check. King g8. How does white win from here? Does white win from here? Because the bishop is locked now. Maybe white doesn't need this stupid check on the 7th rank. Maybe what white needs is actually to extract the bishop first. So like bishop b6 and maybe just go bishop f8, intending to play this, and rook h8 checkmate. Anish does strange things sometimes.
I had rook d8 maybe.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, actually. I tend to forget that I'm not winning if I trade. Okay, not winning is maybe a bit of exaggeration, but it'll be hard, right? So trade here, g6 and bishop c5, for instance. I'm probably not able to win. Yeah? Bishop f6, king g7. How do I achieve h6? There will be no way. And also the pawn might be a4, bishop
g4.
King g4, so far I don't see the problem. I go h5, here I go h6, a3. I control the long diagonal, right?
I mean, I can lose, like.
Yeah, I mean it's almost like a few more moves and then black will get optimistic. No, I mean that certainly was stupid of me to allow the trade of rooks. You know, yeah, if not bishop b6, what else he could possibly be thinking of? Rook d6 takes on a5. Ah, no, but that's a wrong corner, right? Because I was even considering like one day taking on h6 and like h pawn and the rook against the bishop, but you need the other bishop for this to be any sustainable of a defense, right? Here it's just dead lost. Ooh. Yeah. So what sort of surprises me a little that black is thinking he doesn't have that many moves. You can move the rook on 5th rank. You can move the rook on 5th rank.
No, but then you will not have this rook d6 check.
Yeah, you're right. So then I get to the 7th rank. Yeah, you're absolutely. Yeah. No, not like this, because rook d5 is still possible. After rook b5, what I will do, I will go rook c8 maybe. And let's say a4, I'm not interested in this pawn, but I'm giving a check, and I go king g6, you're right. And then I'm threatening a checkmate. And if rook comes back to b8, Even this might be, yeah, even this might be. And I go rook a8. And it looks very passive, but the bishop is locked, right? And the a-pawn is running.
Which side you would pick?
Yeah, here it's about the time to ask this question. Yeah, absolutely. There was something that I was thinking, king g6, rook b8. This might be a bit of a race, but I don't think white is winning this race. Or maybe he does. I mean, if we trade, it's a check, right? Probably check from here. Rook behind the a-pawn. White's probably still winning because like too active. Just too active. But after bishop g7, there is c5. And then the pawns are too far. I mean, if you try to do the same. Right, there is also rook b6. White shouldn't be messing around with h5. Or maybe he can. Ah, yeah, he can go h5, check, and bishop f6. Maybe like this. But still, he made it, or maybe it was already not that trivial. So after he didn't play, once again we can show how smart are we.
No.
Kidding, of course, yeah, but still a mystery what he didn't like or simply missed. Sometimes it happens, like you know, it's a blind spot and you don't. Yeah, but bishop c3, bishop d4, rook d7 seems like resigns. One more time. Yeah, attack the f4 pawn. Wait, so queen f6. So we are blind, of course. Yeah. That's logical. That's correct. Yeah. Finally, queen f6. Anish, you're a very strong chess player. Please excuse us.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen f6. Very simple. Then it's logical. Then what he has done was perfectly sound. But it's still not easy to win. It is still not easy to win. Bishop went to c3, allowing a check. So he's not afraid of this. He's not afraid of this because there is a check on d6. It's a tricky position.
So maybe white should try to go king g4. Does it make sense?
Yeah, but how do we... Yeah, like king g4, black, let's say, he says pass, and you go h5 and he says pass. And then you want to give a check on the
exactly.
7th, go g6, free the bishop, and the h-pawn goes. There is a feeling like it really is a long way, yeah?
And if you give check, rook d4, king f5, rook h4, then I will be able to go check and king g6.
Yeah, so how do we do it? Maybe we give a check first in g8.
Yeah, possible.
And one of the things to do is actually go king g6. After this check, go to f5.
No, that's better.
I mean, it's pretty much the same, but then after this check, I can go to e6, right? Who knows? Probably white's still winning. Probably white is still winning. It's just that it prolongs the game for quite some time. Let's quickly see what MBL's doing. I believe might be, no, wanted to say might be finished by now, but not really. So check, king h4, rook c4, king g3, rook c1, king h4. Quite understand. Or simply, you have the time, you have an extra pawn, and you spend, I mean, looking for chances, and I don't see that many.
Okay, if he wants to free the king, he has to push until c2. But yeah, I mean...
c4... There is also this move, I'm guessing. Or I'm not... no, wait a second. Then I might not be back on time. No, I don't like it. I like it. c4... Let's go g5, yeah? How can I lose if I play it like this? Probably I cannot lose. c3. Check. Here.
King g3.
King g3. This king g2, right? And I have king g2,
Yeah.
king h2. So this pawn is alive. f6, I will just wait. And you can never take h6. So what's interesting, if let's say h pawn is not here, it's winning, right? It's winning. I can once again I can quickly show. Obviously, white will not give the pawn for free.
Yeah.
Once again, king h2, king g2 would be a draw, but this is lost because of. Okay, let's take a long way because like it has to be done from this side. So the king gets to d5, gets to e4. Okay, here it's especially easy because it's the c pawn, right? It's the c pawn and there is no rook c4 because king d3. But even with the a pawn, it's kind of the more instructive way would be to go king e3. Then after king h2, it's king f3. And it's a Zugzwang.
Yeah.
It's a Zugzwang. So this pawn wins, black wins with pawn on f5, it's a draw because there won't be a Zugzwang. Here with the c pawn being that close, yeah, it kind of adds some chances to the stronger side. So it's beneficial to have the pawn on the c file, not on the a file. And he does go c4. But yeah, but in reality, after g5, which he played, yeah, it will be just a draw, I believe. So one more time after this trade. You can actually take with the king. That's the other thing, because you don't have to run to g2. You can be on f5.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nothing you can do, as black, absolutely nothing you can do. It's actually much easier. You have to g5, you just take with the king, of course. Might be a straight up draw. The only line that you should calculate, perhaps. You can go king g3 and calculate nothing, Because I wanted, once again to say that this might be something to calculate, and probably white is on time with rook h6 and this and takes, and c2 you have rook h2, and the king is safe. So once again, it's a draw. Yeah, it's draw. Doesn't matter how you play it. So Giri's game, and once again, my apologies, Anish. All right, but I still want to go back. Bishop c3, rook f4. Because I still cannot believe there wasn't anything better. Rook takes g7.
Bishop d4.
Rook takes g7, bishop d4, right? Bishop a5. Here, there is a feeling like even a move like king g3, king g3, king f3, g4, and so on. Okay, so we are shown that this game indeed ends in a draw, MVL against Alexander Predke. So Predke has shown quite a good display for day one, for his first game ever in the Grand Prix. Making a comfortable draw with black, pushing a little. Right. So anyway, back to Giri's game, which is now officially is the last game of the round. He went for the very forcing line, hoping perhaps to win kind of on a spot. g4, rook takes. And now you have to be quick because a pawn is also represents quite a bit of counterplay. So g5.
Maybe he thought he was winning here by force somehow.
But we also thought that, right? When the king was getting to g6. So it might be.
Why did he...
Why check?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Why check? Because now he's struggling to give to get back with this. Yeah. Maybe still. Maybe. Wait a second. Is this running or not? King here. Okay, let's assume king here. Rook c5 again.
Okay. King g6.
King g6. Oops. Why rook c3? I played rook c5. Yeah. King g6. Rook d5. Yeah.
Rook e7.
No. But I'm just on time to give a check, right? You know what? You could have gone with a check on g7 maybe, so that if I go here, at least you can win the a pawn. Probably it's enough. If I go here, then I mean the king is worse, right? So you can c7, e7, check king f5, but at least we'll have a check on g7 or check on e8 with king on h8. Anyway, once again, it's very hard. After an embarrassing mistake of mine, when I said bishop c3 was winning immediately, it's very hard to claim that this was better than that.
Yeah.
But there is a feeling, like from...
There had to be something better.
Yeah, like even from once again, from the moment we are getting to this endgame. So this is like an extra pawn, more active rook, more active king, everything, so you would expect it to be like easier winning than some endgame where you are probably winning, and maybe according to computer it's plus 15, we don't know, right? But the thing is, it depends on a single move.
Yeah.
So you play something imprecise, and then black all of a sudden gets content chances.
No, for example, instead of bishop c3, he could just take on a5. I mean, at least, yeah, and then go bishop c3.
And then play bishop c3.
Because I don't think black, I mean, is bishop f8? Or...
Bishop f8, yeah. I mean, the problem with this position, like everything looks winning. I still like my king g3 the most, to be honest. Because once again, you can't really play the endgame without the king. And then you keep the threat of bishop a5 and bishop c3. If it would be that simple, he would play it. So probably bishop b4 is a move, and then you still have to work for it. But there is a feeling
c3.
Yeah, you can go, once again, you can go c3, push the bishop back, and then go king f3, and then play g4 and f5.
No, I just think that he thought two connected passed pawns are very, very strong. So.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We all have patterns, and this looks like two connected pawns, the king is bad, and so on. And you kind of stop and don't really calculate precisely. You just think, okay, I'm getting there, and I will figure out.
Exactly. Yes.
And then in some of our lines, when we had the king on g6, right, it looks like almost a checkmate. And then the rook comes back to the 8th rank, and you understand, it's cool and all, but I have no threats, right? One rook and the bishop on the long diagonal kind of protects everything. Okay, so now what we have, bishop went to f8, rook c8, so he kind of switches to plan B, which is, maybe win a pawn, maybe try to play a slower game. He's probably still winning, though.
C5.
After this, what's going on? A check, I assume. King goes. Now he controls d6, so he can play this and king g6. Maybe some study-like stuff. Because how do you stop king g6? The rook is so awkwardly placed. Rook e5. Bishop f6. Yeah, rook e5, you go here, once again threatening a check. After this check, you go bishop f6. And you are threatening a checkmate, and after rook e8, you have f7. Oof. Still very confusing. Very confusing. And black might as well decide, okay, I don't need the c pawn, right? And that's exactly what he thought. That's exactly what he thought.
But now it should be, I mean, you don't even have a threat of a3. So,
So just take the c pawn,
yeah.
put the rook behind, and then kind of slow down. Yeah, that's a very positive shift for
But maybe rook a5.
for Anish.
Maybe rook
Right?
a5 after.
Oh, we can block it. Rook a5, bishop a3. Right.
Yeah.
A5, bishop a3 for now, or maybe check, and I don't know. Maybe it's important to give a check, actually. And then we go bishop a3. Rook a7 now with one pawn should be easy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Just trade. Should it be easy? King g6. I'm a little bit worried about black having the long diagonal. Ah, no, but I'm winning. I get it here, and I go bishop e7.
And bishop f.
Even like a3, bishop f6, trade pawn takes, a2, f7, a1, f8, something.
Yeah.
I know it sounded confusing.
What did I think? If he pushes a3, bishop a3 in that position, also I can take bishop a3 and go bishop e7, bishop f6.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, take on king f6.
So what happened was rook a8, c5. Ah, so he didn't take. He goes rook a8 so that he can take the a pawn. Clever. c5, rook takes a4, and rook d8. Come on, I mean, it's got to be winning. It's got to be winning. Check or not a check? Option A, give a check, go to e7. Not sure where the rook's going. Let's say rook c8, rook behind pass pawn. King g6, c4. Also have to move the rook.
Nice.
c3, c2 doesn't work, right? I stop with bishop a3.
Yeah.
This I'll take the bishop and then go bishop a3, so bishop goes somewhere.
b2, let's say.
b2. I think bishop f6 is enough, just on time. Right? Takes, takes. c3, I give a check. Go here.
No, I mean, king h8 instead of king f8.
Still check, f7 check.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so
yeah, it's everything with the check. Yeah.
So
It looks like I'm winning with the pawn on c2 even.
Yes,
Looks
exactly.
like I'm winning with the pawn on c2. So it's white in a way has kind of an extra tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, so he will do it, I think.
So he gives a check. King g8 is strictly only move. Well, not really. King h8 is possible, but it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. So he's winning. He's winning after all. Yeah. So that will be the last game. I was told we are preparing the standings after day one. So one more time, we can try to recall those. We have a clear leader in Pool A, which is Dmitry Andreikin. Same for Pool B, it's Nikita Vityugov. For Pool C, it will be a joint lead. Vidit and Giri, if Giri wins, right? And for Pool D, it's 2 draws, so there will be no leaders. How many draws overall? So 2 in Pool B, none in Pool C.
And 2
and 1 each in A and
Yeah.
B. So 50%,
Yeah.
50% of draws, 50% decided in one of the players' favor. It's a very high, considered to be a very high percentage.
of decisive games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 50% is a lot. 50% is a lot. Okay, let me see. And Tabatabaei is on last seconds, looking to cause confusion after bishop e7. Oh, it's not much you can do. I was thinking like, okay, let's play c4, but then rook c7, and I just win the c pawn, right? Rook e8. That's just a trivial.
And also rook was
trivial.
hanging. Bishop
No,
is-
but a7 was also hanging, right?
Ah, yeah, right. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
so
sorry.
that was kind of.
But isn't it winning if I take on d8?
Ah, you mean the bishop's
Yeah,
hanging?
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can actually do this as well. Yeah, I can actually do this. To just take
Put on f6. Yeah.
and get the long diagonal. Yeah, just go bishop f6. Yeah, absolutely. Because for some reason I thought I might have problems with bishop f6, king f7, but you just go back, you go g6. But this is also winning probably. This bishop. Ah no, this is not. Have to be careful. Anyway, rook c8 is played, so well, we are following the line that we've discussed. To make it even simpler, not to bother with moving the rook. Remember, we are looking at king g6, c4, moving the rook, and so on. I think bishop f6 at once. c4, king g6. It's exactly the same position,
Yeah.
right? c3, and then a check on e7.
Okay, it will finish like this, I think.
So bishop f6 kind of. Can he do something which doesn't involve taking on f6? No, king g6 played by Giri.
Okay, that's more natural.
c4 and rook d7. Now that's the same line that we were discussing.
So it seemed like a good game, actually, by
Yeah.
Giri. Also interesting idea with b4. And
Yeah, this opening, of course, yeah, I tend to forget that people play some new original opening ideas, right? And then when the game's finished, we always have other game going and so on. Yeah, b4, I don't know if it's exactly a new concept,
yeah,
right?
I also
I remember Teimur Rajabov playing a3 b4. So back then, when remember what we were discussing, the Gioco piano can be played in 100 different ways, right? And back then, when they figured out that if you go via c3, then d5 kind of works, and they were looking for some other alternative move orders. And I think it was Rajabov to play, if I'm not mistaken, some strange-looking knight d2 first. Black would go, let's say, d6 maybe, and then it would be a3 with the idea to play b4, bishop b2. So now here it doesn't make sense, right?
A5,
Black will
right?
just play a5. Yes, it's. How was it? No, I'm certain it was a3 before, but how did he manage this? I have no clue. Or maybe Black was going d5 anyway, and then somehow his a3 before worked. Anyway, yeah, b4 seems to be like a nice opening experiment, which seemingly looks. Oh, bishop h8.
Okay, so that's
That's a funny move.
yeah.
So now, after bishop f6, he's planning to go c3,
And rook h.
and he wins the tempo, because after rook h7, I'm playing it without a check, right? Takes, but it's still lost.
No, it doesn't. As we
It
said,
doesn't
as we
win.
said, c2. We also pointed out that it's irrelevant.
Yeah, c2. f7 and check and take the rook. And, yeah, quite conveniently, also stopping the c pawn.
Yes.
Right? Which is not needed, but still, yeah. So take the rook also.
Okay, if it
stop
was a
the
b pawn, it would be check. So. If it was
yeah, that's right. That's right. So bishop f6 played anyway. It's not a lot you can do.
Wait, c3? Is c3
Rook h7. That's
oh,
exactly how we arrived to this. No, I mean what you could possibly do is to try to fight it like this, so that rook h7 at least doesn't work. Yeah, but then this is easily winning. Rook c7 and so on.
Okay, he did
two
play
connected passes. He did play what, c3, and yeah, and after rook h7 he might as well resign. Bishop f6, g f6 logically, f7 is a threat. Rook f8. Ah, no, it's still f7. Come on. I'm getting tired. Yeah, here you can't do anything.
No, it's just.
I mean, you can do this for now. You can do this. Then white goes here to threaten checkmate on the last rank, and this is why you need the check on g7, so that here it's a move with the tempo, and you can't pin the f pawn.
Yeah, right.
So that's why you need this intermediate check on g7. I don't know if it's kind of the only way of winning, but
Yeah, he played it.
he did play rook c6. Yeah, but Anish obviously knows how to do such things. Rook d7, yeah, exactly. So you need to return, and then it's a rook g7 check, and that's it. Yeah, Tabatabaei, he even seems to be surprised a little with the fact that this is winning, which sometimes makes me question if, like, yeah, maybe they're learning chess a little bit different than we used to.
That's for sure.
And it's not, yeah, it's funny, but it's not criticism at any bit, you know, because I remember, yeah, the game's finished. Yeah, Anish has won, so that concludes the round. And the story I was going with, I remember this game where Alireza lost to Carlsen. Remember, like this distant opposition thing. Yeah, pawn endgame. And people were making fun. Alireza, he doesn't have a clue in the endgame. Yes, he doesn't know the opposition rule, and he is still 2750. Come on, guys. I mean, imagine when he learns. I mean, he gets himself an endgame book, and he learns all the rules. He'll crush everyone. Yeah. So that's, of course, yeah. If we, as you know, kind of, in my case, Soviet chess school legacy, right? I wasn't for too long. I wasn't around in the Soviet Union. It was post-Soviet Union. But anyway. We learned chess from backwards, right? From the end game. I mean, first piece is that you were given two kings, and then so checkmate with the queen, checkmate with the rook. So now perhaps people learn it in a different way, but yeah, they are better players. What can I say? They are better players. Okay, so this last game concludes the round. We are waiting for once again for the official standings after round one. I think by that point we've figured it out. Yeah, so not even the standings, but the scores, right? Andreikin wins, Vachier makes a draw. 2 wins with black, right?
Yeah, and 2 with white.
Andreikin and Fedoseev win with black. Vidit and Giri win with white. No decisive games in the strongest group, apparently. Yeah. So this will be it. I think Yeah, first day, as always, you know, not too easy, but hopefully it went well. I don't know, Theodora, how do you feel?
I feel very nervous and excited, and
yeah, you shouldn't be excited. It's fine, right? But
no, you know, especially because like Belgrade is my home city, so we haven't had such a strong event in, I would say, decades, and we are strong as a country. I mean, we have a strong chess tradition. So it's a very, how to say, huge responsibility, you know, for me to sort of try to do my best, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Hopefully players will also be happy, you know, with the conditions and everything, so yeah.
Well, we didn't say much actually about about
okay,
the conditions and so on, but yeah, that's a very nice hotel. The playing hall is in the hotel.
Yes.
So everything is like good old times.
Yes.
Sorry, but that's, you know, usually when someone older is ranting about good old times, you might think, okay, this guy again.
Yeah.
But this is, you know, this is really good old times when it's in a very good hotel. It's a nice playing hall. There are spectators. I haven't been to the playing hall while they're playing because we were busy.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, I think because of Corona still being active, there will not be
there
so
are
many
spectators. There are spectators. There are places for spectators and so on. So,
good.
Yeah. All in all, this looks like a very exciting tournament to watch, and we promise to be your guides. Yeah. Starting from,
tomorrow.
Yeah, today we've started. It didn't go that bad.
Yes.
And tomorrow, let's hope it's going to be better. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, 3 p.m. local time Belgrade.
Yes.
The second round's going to start.
See you tomorrow.
Then.